Chapter 859. In the east of Tianjiao City, there was a residential area. This could be called a villa-level residential area. It was specially prepared for trial challengers, and there was only one type of trial challenger that had the qualifications to live here. That was a Xiantian realm martial artist. Gu He had lived here for 30 years. Before the new Xiantian realm warrior of the Gu family arrived, he had to stay here to provide protection for the other disciples of the Gu family. As a Xiantian realm warrior, Gu He's battle strength had reached the peak of this world. Among the trial takers, there were less than 10 who could hurt him, and less than 5 who could kill him. Moreover, these 5 were all legendary existences. It was hard to say whether they were here or not. It could be said that Xiantian martial artists stood at the peak of this world, and no one could kill them. Gu He was a Khanate realm martial artist, and he was in Heaven's Pride City. Logically speaking, he should be carefree. However, at this moment, Gu He's face was filled with anxiety, worry, and unease. "Lord!" A voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Gu He, who was in a daze, did not notice that there was someone outside. "Come in." Hearing this familiar voice, Gu He's expression immediately changed, and he turned to look at the door. The door opened and 2 people came in. These 2 were Zhu Jin and Fu Ji, who saw Zichen scared away yesterday. "Where is he? Did you catch him?" Gu He asked impatiently without waiting for the 2 to report. Zhu Jin and Fu Ji looked at each other, and Zhu Jin said, "We caught him, but there was a change in the middle." "Change? What change?" Gu He's expression changed immediately. "Originally, we had already caught Wu Yu, and we were waiting to interrogate him about the whereabouts of the item. But something happened in Xixing City. When we rushed there, we found Zichen massacring people in the city," Zhu Jin said. "Zichen? Which Zichen?" Gu He frowned, feeling that this name was familiar. "He's the one who slaughtered 6 Hotian realm warriors and 3 Xiantian realm warriors on the 58 Ancient Road. In the end, he forced Zhongmeng to flee in a sorry state. He's Zichen with the Azure Dragon." This time it was Fu Ji who spoke. Gu He's expression changed again as he exclaimed, "What? It's him?" Of course, Gu He was familiar with the name Zichen. In fact, he wasn't the only one. Many people in Heaven's chosen city knew that Zichen was the only trial by fire participant who had yet to reach the ancient road. As he rose to prominence, so did Zichen. Many cultivators had become his stepping stones. Among them, there were Xiantian martial artists and many Hotian martial artists. At that time, Zichen's name had spread like wildfire. Everyone was lucky enough to see Zichen, but unfortunately, Zichen never appeared. Gu He's expression kept changing. After a while, he asked, "So Wu Yu is already in Zichen's hands?" The 2 nodded. Zhu Jin said, "When we were running away, we heard Shi Sheng mention the treasure in order to survive. Wu Yu should be in Zichen's hands. However, Zichen is a Xiantian martial artist himself, so he naturally wouldn't care." A light flashed in Gu He's eyes as he said, "I don't care if he cares or not, but he is just Zichen. Naturally, he won't be able to swallow such a big piece of meat. Come with me. I want to meet Zichen. We can't make any mistakes regarding Wu Yu." "Sir, you want to go in person and return the fat meat?" Zhu Jin was startled and asked doubtfully, "Sir, Wu Yu is just a mere Wu Yu. What kind of treasure can he find? Even if it's an inheritance treasure, it's at most some Hotian martial arts inheritance. These things are useful to us, but they're useless to Sir. Does Sir think it's necessary to offend that cruel Zichen for something useless? You know, Zichen doesn't even blink when he kills, and he's crazy about resources. Sir, aren't you afraid of being robbed?" If it was someone else who said this, Gu He would have been furious. As a Xiantian martial artist, it was good enough that he didn't rob others. Who in the world could rob him? But the person who robbed him was Zichen, and he was not easy to deal with. Hearing this, Gu He's mouth twitched. He can't be that cruel. He can only be more cruel than this. If we didn't react in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have made it back. Gu He said seriously, "Then I have to go." This inheritance treasure is extraordinary. Extraordinary? Could it be a Xiantian technique? The two of them were surprised. Guhi shook his head. I don't know if there is a Xiantian technique, but I do know that this inheritance treasure is a map. There are a total of 6 maps. The Wu family was lucky enough to obtain one, while the other 5 are with the 5 Elements aristocratic families. What? The 5 Elements aristocratic families are the true rulers of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The two of them were shocked. Guhi said, correct. Not only are they the true rulers of the Martial Heaven Alliance, but they are also the true rulers of the ancient path. If even they care about something, it's naturally something good. Furthermore, I've heard that this treasure came from the mysterious ancient races. The two of them were still shocked, but they quickly became worried. Fu Ji asked, since it's so valuable, even if we obtain it, do you think we can protect it? Guhi smiled mysteriously. Of course I can't protect it and I can't eat it, but there has to be someone who can. A youth holding a tablet walked out of the city gates. He was the person Yan Lao San was looking for. Once he was 1,000 meters away from the city gates, he waved his hand, indicating for the 3 of them to come over. The 3 of them walked over. Yan Lao San was full of smiles. When they got closer, the youth asked, Little Yan, what business do you have with me this time? Judging from his appearance, Yan Lao San looked to be in his 50s, while the young man looked to be in his 20s. Although the world of cultivators never determined seniority based on age, the fact that he called him Little Yan added a bit of strangeness to it. This is the Ping Mo I was talking about. Ping Mo, this is my friend. Yan Lao San was about to introduce Zi Qin to the youth, but before he could finish, Ping Mo interrupted him. Yan Lao San, if you have something to say, just say it. I still have many things to deal with, and I don't have time to be acquainted with senseless people, said Ping Mo impatiently. Yan Lao San glanced awkwardly at Zi Qin. Zi Qin's expression was calm, and he didn't seem displeased. He smiled apologetically at Zi Qin. Yan Lao San looked at Ping Mo and said, It's like this. My friend has some things he wants to sell, and he wants to ask for your help. Things? What things? Don't try to fool me with ordinary goods. I've already earned several drops of low-grade yuan essence every minute. Ping Mo glanced sideways at Yan Lao San. He didn't even look at Zi Qin. Of course they're good things. They'll definitely satisfy you. Yan Lao San smiled cautiously. 2 jade bottles appeared in Zi Qin's hands. As soon as he opened them, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. Ping Mo's face had been filled with disdain, but as soon as he smelled the fragrance, his expression changed. He turned to look at the pills in Zi Qin's hands. Ping Mo grabbed the pills. Zi Qin didn't stop him. He took a deep breath into the 2 bottles, an intoxicated expression appearing on his face. Condensing spirit pill and raging spirit pill. They're really good things. Ping Mo was so excited that he almost lost his voice. Seeing Ping Mo lose his composure, Yan Lao San laughed. Of course they're good things. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come forward. Ping Mo, you're really something. You just smelled them. A light flashed in Ping Mo's eyes. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Yan Lao San. Did you tell me the rules? After the deal is done, I want 20% of the reward. Yan Lao San was startled. Wasn't it 10% before? How come there's an extra 10%? Ping Mo snorted. It's not easy to sell these things in Heaven's Pride City. Before I sell them, I have to arrange everything. It's a waste of time, energy, and resources, so the reward must be high. Yan Lao San looked at Zi Qin, waiting for him to make a decision. Zi Qin smiled. Okay, 20%. You sell them first. If you have connections, we'll continue the deal next time. Ping Mo's eyes finally landed on Zi Qin. He was surprised. You have more of these things. Some more. Some more. Ping Mo began to calculate in his mind. He patted Zi Qin's shoulder and changed his attitude. Little brother, since you were introduced by Yan Lao San, we're on the same side. I won't hide it from you. It's very troublesome to sell these two things. If you trust me, give them to me, and I'll pay you. Zichen smiled. Since you said we're on the same side, of course I trust you. Ping Mo suddenly patted Zichen's shoulder. Good. I like to make friends with people like you. How about this? I'll give you 30 drops of high-grade origin essence for each of these two things. I'll take as much as you have. Zichen's expression didn't change, but beside him, Wu Yu had a strange look in his eyes. He turned his head to look at Yan Laosan, whose mouth was also twitching. Obviously, he hadn't expected Ping Mo to be so generous. 30 drops of each? Isn't that a bit too little? Although I've only been here for a short time and don't know much about this place, it shouldn't be this price. Yan Laosan said earlier that they were worth at least 70 or 80 drops of origin essence, Zichen said. 70 or 80 drops. Is that high-grade origin essence? Brother, you're robbing me. How can these things be so expensive? And what do you take them for? Cabbage? Ping Mo glared at Yan Laosan and said, Don't talk nonsense if you don't know the price. Then he looked at Zichen. Brother, since we're on the same side, I'll give you 40 drops. Zichen looked at Ping Mo and said, 50 drops. I have 100 of these pills on me. Give me 10,000 drops of high-grade origin essence, and these pills are yours. Ping Mo's mind was instantly shaken. He took a deep breath and said, Good, brother, you're really straightforward. But you'll have to wait a moment, because my resources are all in the city, and I don't have them on me. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Ping Mo was overjoyed. He pointed at the pills in his hand and said, Then these too. Zichen waved his hand and said, We're on the same side, and I don't trust you. Take them to the city and let them be appraised, and see if I'm lying. Good, very straightforward. Then, brother, wait for me. I'll wait for you. Zichen nodded. Chapter 860. Ping Mo quickly left, but Yan Laosan didn't say a word. His expression was somewhat dejected. He had previously praised Ping Mo to the point that he couldn't be compared to the heavens, but the latter's actions today were truly out of character. Although Ping Mo's attitude wasn't good, the rules didn't change, and he rarely embezzled anything from him. Although the two of them had only traded 3 times this time, seeing Zichen take out 2 pills, Ping Mo lost his composure. That guy is a liar. Don't tell me you really believe him. Wu Yu, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't help but ask, Why wouldn't I? Zichen asked with a smile. Wu Yu stared at Zichen and said, Do you really believe that he will bring back 10,000 drops of high-grade yuan liquid? That's impossible. Zichen said with a smile, If he's smart enough, he will take those 2 pills and disappear, never stepping out of heaven's pride city. Yan Laosan, who had been silent all this time, shook his head and said, He won't. He will definitely come back, but not with the yuan liquid, but with people. He took a deep breath, looked at Zichen and said, Zichen, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. Ping Mo will soon bring people out. We will be in danger. It's better to leave quickly. As for the rights to your pills, just treat it as feeding them to a dog. I and Laosan have met Ping Mo today, but the price is too high. Zichen laughed. Even if I feed them to a dog, I still need to see what the dog looks like. Besides, I just told Ping Mo that we are on the same side. If he really brings back the yuan liquid and we run away, wouldn't that be breaking our promise? I, Zichen, will never break my promise. Yan Laosan didn't continue to persuade Zichen, because he saw the confidence on Zichen's face. As for the so-called on the same side, he could only lie to ghosts. Thinking back to the conversation between the two, Yan Laosan suddenly had a question in his heart. Could it be that all this was caused by Zichen's deliberate indulgence? Yan Laosan naturally approved of Zichen's battle prowess. However, his approval was useless. Heaven's Pride City's approval was the only way. Everyone who walked out of the city was an expert. Zichen had been able to dominate the market earlier, but that might not be the case here. Ping Mo's speed was still very fast. In less than 2 hours, he had walked out of Tianjiao City. As Yan Laosan had said, Ping Mo did not come alone. Beside him, there were 2 other challengers. These 2 people also had tokens in their hands. Looking at their cold faces, it seemed that they didn't buy them at a high price, but obtained them with their own strength. In other words, these 2 people's combat strength was definitely very strong. Brother, you've managed to get your hands on liquefied elemental essence so quickly. You really are fast. Zichen welcomed him with a smile. However, Zichen only received a cold snort in response. Ping Mo pointed at Zichen and said, "That's him, the item is his." Essence energy surged around the 2 of them, surrounding Zichen from the left and right. Zichen was stunned. Looking at Ping Mo, he said, "Brother, we're on the same side." "What's the meaning of this?" "We're on the same side. You think you're worthy?" Ping Mo completely turned hostile. "Ping Mo, what's the meaning of this?" "Zichen is my friend. You even dare to touch my friend?" Yan Laosan shouted. Ping Mo's cold eyes swept over Yan Laosan. "Little Yan, this has nothing to do with you. If you insist on interfering, don't blame me for being ruthless." Why you want to kill Zichen? You'll have to kill me first." Yan Laosan used his body to block Zichen. Reckless idiot. Ping Mo's gaze moved away from Yan Laosan and landed on Zichen. "Kid, what's your name?" "Zichen." It's a very smooth name. It's also somewhat familiar." He pointed at Yan Laosan. "Look at how protective this idiot is of you. Shouldn't you do something?" Zichen looked at Yan Laosan, then looked at Ping Mo. "Of course I have to do something. How about this? I'll lower the price of each pill by 10 drops. 200 pills in total. You only need to take out 8,000 drops of high-grade liquefied origin essence." "What? You want me to take out 8,000 drops?" Ping Mo laughed. "Didn't you come back this time to make a deal?" "Of course, I want the liquefied origin essence," Zichen said seriously. "Idiot kid, you think your grandpa will give you the liquefied origin essence? Dream on. Hurry up and hand over all the pills you have. If we're happy, we might even spare your lives." Beside Zichen, a trial taker laughed loudly. Zichen's eyes swept over him. "Even if you want to rob me, you should at least act like one. If I rob you and call myself grandpa in front of you, what will you do? You're courting death." The trial taker was furious. Zichen said, "See, you said it yourself. This kind of rude behavior is purely courting death." "Good. I'm in a good mood today, so I might as well help you." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, he was about to make a move when suddenly a cry of surprise rang out. "Zichen!" This cry of surprise came from the entrance of Heaven's Pride City. It was Zhu Jin, who had just walked out of Heaven's Pride City, who had discovered Zichen. Thus, the 3 of them turned and flew in his direction. Ping Mo's expression changed when he saw the 3 of them flying in his direction. When he saw the leader of the 3, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Gu He, a Xiantian realm cultivator." In Heaven's Pride City, the strongest trial takers were Xiantian realm cultivators. Therefore, every Xiantian realm cultivator was extremely famous and respected. The 2 people Ping Mo had invited also paled when they saw Gu He. The aura they had just released instantly disappeared. The 3 of them stopped in front of Zichen. During this time, Gu He didn't even look at Ping Mo's group. Zichen looked at the newcomer with a puzzled expression. "You are—" Gu He smiled faintly. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Gu He. I've long heard of Brother Zichen's great name. I just happened to see Brother Zichen here, so I specially came to see you." Zichen looked at Gu He, then at the 2 people behind him. He said indifferently, "Wanting to see me is fake. Your real intention is to see Wu Yu, right?" Gu He smiled and didn't deny it. Zichen's expression immediately turned cold. He said coldly, "Since you dared to come here alone, you seem to be very confident in your battle strength. What? Do you want to exchange a few moves?" The resources on a Xiantian realm cultivator are very abundant. No, I'm not here to exchange moves with Brother Zichin. I'm here to discuss something. Hearing this, Guhi quickly waved his hands, the corners of his mouth twitching. Sure enough, Zichen had a crazy love for resources. Hearing the two's exchange of questions and answers, Yen Laosan, Ping Mo, Wuyu, and the other two were dumbfounded. As a Xiantian realm cultivator, Guhi actually lowered himself in front of Zichen. And Zichen clearly knew that the other side was a Xiantian realm cultivator, yet he still dared to threaten them, threatening to fight. This kind of unyielding attitude made them feel uneasy. What's there to discuss? We've only met for the first time. There's nothing to discuss. Zichen was still indifferent. Guhi smiled. I believe we definitely have something in common. Brother Zichen, this matter is only beneficial to you. Why don't you come with me to Heaven's Pride City? Zichen shook his head. No, I don't have the token to go to Heaven's Pride City, and I have proper business to attend to. Saying this, Zichen looked at Ping Mo and the other two. For some reason, meeting Zichen's gaze again, the three of them felt a chill in their hearts. I wonder what Brother Zichen wants to deal with. Can I help? Guhi asked. There's no need. Zichen pointed at Ping Mo and the other two, saying, I don't have the token to enter Heaven's Pride City, so I wanted to find someone to exchange for some resources. Who would have thought that this fellow was too greedy, not only lowering the price, he also wanted to gain something without risking anything. So, I brought 2 people with me, wanting to kill him and steal his treasures. Brother Zichen, you're joking, right? Guhi asked with a smile. What joke? Do I look like someone who would joke? Guhi's expression turned strange, asking, Isn't this something that Brother Zichen did on purpose to kill people and steal their resources? Pay. Your name is he. Don't slander me. I sincerely wanted to exchange for resources. But who would have thought that I would run into this greedy fellow? The ones who wanted to kill me and steal my treasures are them, okay? Zichen pointed at Guhi's nose and said angrily, If Brother Zichen didn't do it on purpose, why didn't Brother Zichen go to Heaven's Pride City to exchange for resources yourself? What you're saying is pure nonsense. If I had the token to enter the city, I would have gone myself long ago. Why would I waste my time here? Guhi's expression became even stranger, saying, Could it be that Brother Zichen doesn't know that Xiantian cultivators can obtain a token as soon as they enter the city? What? In an instant, several exclamations sounded out. Zichen's exclamation was because he didn't know that Xiantian cultivators could obtain a token to enter the city. But after everyone else exclaimed, their eyes were fixed on Zichen. From their shocked expressions, it was clear that they didn't know that Zichen was a Xiantian cultivator. Seeing Zichen's expression, Guhi knew that Zichen really didn't know. So he explained, Heaven's Pride City gives out tokens every year, but Xiantian cultivators aren't included. That's because all Xiantian cultivators can obtain a token for free after entering the city. Zichen looked at Wu Yu and Yen Laosan, asking, Why didn't you tell me? The two of them were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. After a long time, Wu Yu said, You didn't say you were a Xiantian cultivator. Zichen's Yuan Qi was completely restrained, and he used his strength to attack. No one could guess that he was a Xiantian cultivator. When Ping Mo and the other two heard this, their faces were filled with shock, and their hearts turned to ashes. They actually wanted to rob a Xiantian cultivator. Lord Zichen, please spare me. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare my life, Lord Zichen. Ping Mo reacted quickly kneeling and begging for mercy. Zichen, you're Zichen. More than 10 years ago, you killed a Xiantian cultivator on the ancient road and knocked out many Xiantian cultivators. The Zichen. Another exclamation sounded out, and one of the two finally remembered where he had heard the familiar name Zichen before. This exclamation evoked the memories of the other two, and in the next moment, Ping and Mo and the other person's faces were filled with fear. This person was not only a Xiantian cultivator, he was also a powerful existence who had killed Xiantian cultivators. At this moment, the three of them couldn't care about face anymore. Surviving was the most important thing. Thus, the three of them fell to their knees and begged for mercy. In the distance, many people turned to look at them. Brother Zichen, these three fellows who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, how do you plan to deal with them? Guhi asked. Zichen's gaze swept over the three people begging for mercy, and he said coldly, if these kinds of scum live in this world, who knows how many people they'll harm? Of course I'll kill them. P.S. Would you believe me if I said there was thunder outside? Chapter 861. When it was time to be merciful, he would be merciful. When it was time to be merciful, he would be cruel. As for when to be merciful and when to be cruel, it all depended on Zichen's mood. At this moment, Zichen's mood was obviously not good. Hence, Ping and Mo and the other two were killed by Zichen. The three of them had the Heaven's Pride City's token, so they were naturally not weak. However, in front of Zichen, as long as they were still in the core realm, and as long as they were still trial takers, they would definitely die when Zichen showed his killing intent. The corner of Guhi's mouth twitched. As expected, Zichen had a special liking for resources. After killing the three of them, he didn't hold back and went straight for the resources on them. If you wanted to kill, you had to be prepared to be killed. In the world of cultivators, it was either kill or be killed. Seeing Zichen kill the three of them, Guhi didn't feel anything wrong. He waited quietly at the side and didn't disturb Zichen. Only after Zichen took the resources did he say, Brother Zichen, can we go now? I'm fine, but what about the two of them? Zichen looked at Yan Lao-san and Wu Yu. Yan Lao-san hurriedly said, Don't worry about me, I'll go back. Wu Yu was silent. Guhi said, The Heaven's Pride token given to Xiantian realm warriors can invite others into Heaven's Pride City. You can bring the two of them with you. Zichen nodded and said that would be best. Yan Lao-san had always wanted to enter Heaven's Pride City, so he only slightly declined before agreeing to go with them. Now that their tracks were exposed, Wu Yu had no choice but to follow Zichen. He didn't decline at all. The group of 6 walked into the city, but were stopped by the guards at the gate. There was a place here that tested the yuan qi of a Xiantian level martial artist. Only Xiantian level martial artists could enter without a token. If it was someone who wasn't a Xiantian level martial artist, they would be killed by the human origin level guards if they dared to approach this place without a token. The way to test one's strength was very simple. The guards took out a purple gold stone to test yuan qi. As long as the stone glowed, it would be enough. If it didn't glow, then it would still be death. As yuan qi was injected, the stone began to glow. What's your name? The guard, who had a cold expression on his face earlier, became much friendlier after seeing the purple gold stone shine. Although these guards were in the human origin realm, not all of them had successfully walked on the ancient road. Some of them had broken through to the human origin realm midway. These people were the most common existence in the world of the ancient road. Although they were also in the human origin realm, their battle strength was relatively weaker. After breaking through to the human origin realm, they did not choose to walk on the ancient road. Instead, they chose to become guards, which meant that they were destined to never step out of Heaven's Pride City. Zichen withdrew his right hand. Moments later, the guard took out a token. This was Zichen's Heaven's chosen token. Unlike the golden tokens of others, the tokens of innate experts were purplish gold in color. There were 4 ancient characters engraved on the front of the purple gold token. There were 2 small characters that read Chosen One and 2 large characters that read Zichen. The back of the token was engraved with layers of patterns. The guard handed the Heaven's Pride token to Zichen and said, There's a property in the east of the city for you. Once the token recognizes you as its owner, you'll be able to sense its location. With this token, You'll be able to enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases in Heaven's Pride City. Zichen was a little surprised that he could enjoy a discount with the purple gold token. After thanking the guard, he took the token and asked, "Can I bring the two of them in?" "This is the right of the holder of the innate token," the guard said. After thanking him again, the 6 of them walked into the city. Heaven's Pride City covered an area of thousands of miles. It was naturally very big inside, and there were many cultivators. The city was very lively. "Brother Zichen, today is your first time in Heaven's Pride City. Why don't I be the host and take you to taste the delicacies here?" "Gu," he said as soon as they entered the city. During this time, Zichen had already recognized the token as its owner and sensed the location of his residence. Hearing Guhi's words, he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Brother Zichen, you're welcome." Since an innate stage cultivator was treating, they naturally had to go to the most luxurious restaurant. Along the way, Guhi would also explain to Zichen what he saw. The biggest difference between Heaven's Pride City and the outside world was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the outside world was extremely violent and couldn't be absorbed at all, let alone cultivate. However, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in Heaven's Pride City was very gentle and rich. It was like a holy land for cultivation. Outside many shops, there was a white mist swirling around. It was like a fairyland. Over the years, there were many trial takers who had broken through to the mortal origin stage in Heaven's Pride City. The 6 of them arrived at the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Heaven's Pride City. There were all beautiful female cultivators standing at the door. They were beautiful, had sweet voices, and were above average in terms of looks. Half of their slender white legs were exposed, and their full breasts were piled up together. As they bent over, they gave people a strong sense of impact. The most luxurious places in Heaven's Pride City are all built around the east side of the city because that's the only place where innate stage cultivators live. On the ancient road, there are more men than women. Women live relatively well here. Guhi glanced at Zichen and whispered, "I'll tell you a secret. With the purple gold token, you can talk about the price of any woman in the service industry in all non-private places." After saying that, Guhi had an ambiguous smile on his face. "I didn't expect there to be such a thing on the ancient road," Zichen said lightly. "Everyone has to vent, not to mention an energetic, innate stage cultivator. Just tell me which one you like. This place itself provides accommodation. Of course, accommodation is fine too." Zichen shook his head and said no need. "Let's try the dishes." The 6 of them sat down, and he ordered the dishes. This meal was very good, and the dishes were also very delicious. Zichen was very satisfied. However, this meal also consumed more than 10 drops of high-grade origin liquid. The price of the dishes was shocking. During the meal, he didn't mention Wuyu. The group paid the bill and left. When they walked out of the hall, they bumped into a few people. "Isn't this Guhi? Why are you here? Aren't you looking for someone?" A sharp voice sounded from the front. Since this person dared to talk to Guhi like this, he was naturally also an innate stage cultivator. "If you can come, why can't I?" Guhi said lightly. Although the 2 of them knew each other, their relationship wasn't good. "Today, my subordinates reported that they found some clues and will soon find the person. So I came in advance to celebrate. What about you?" Shandi said disdainfully. Guhi smiled and said, "Your clues are useless because I've already found the person." Just as they were talking, someone whispered in Shandi's ear. The next moment, Shandi's gaze fell on Wuyu. His face instantly twisted and cold, and there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. "I've already finished celebrating. It's time to go. You can take your time celebrating." Guhi laughed and walked out of the hall. Shandi's gaze was fixed on Wuyu. When Wuyu walked out of the hall, he said loudly, "Guhi, you have to be careful. Protect your people and things well. These days, there are always people who mysteriously die at night. Is that so? Then I'll have to be careful. Gu, he didn't even turn his head. Damn it, how could this be? After Gu he left, Shandi couldn't control himself and immediately let out a loud roar. The others beside him didn't say anything, but their gloomy faces showed that they were in an extremely bad mood. You and you, come with me. Shandi urgently needed to vent his anger, so he pointed at the two attendants. Behind Shandi, a Hotian stage cultivator went to the front desk to negotiate with the manager. A moment later, the two women followed Shandi to the guest room at the back. Zichen's residence wasn't far from Guhi's. The two of them were only one row apart and could be considered neighbors. The place where the two of them were discussing was Zichen's residence. Apart from the servants, there were all sorts of facilities here. It was very clean and spotless. In the living room, Zichen and Guhi sat down. Wu Yu stood to the side, while the other three waited outside. Speak, what do you want to talk about? Zichen asked. You can't eat Wu Yu's things alone. Guhi said straightforwardly, you saw it just now. Shandi also has designs on Wu Yu. And in Tianjiao City, not counting me and Shandi, there are no less than 5 Xiantian lords who have designs on Wu Yu. I'm very curious. Just what is it that can tempt you so much? Could it be a Xiantian technique inheritance? Zichen asked. He had asked Wu Yu this question before, but the latter didn't know. Guhi said, to tell you the truth, no one knows what it is. If you don't know, why are there so many people eyeing it? Zichen looked at Guhi. I don't know much, but just a little bit is enough for me to take it seriously. The Wu family originally possessed 1/6 of the treasure trove map, while the other 5/6 were in the hands of the 5 great families. Are the 5 great families very powerful? Asked Zichen. Guhi looked oddly at Zichen. The 5 great families are also known as the 5 elements families. They are the true rulers of the Martial Heaven Alliance, as well as the ancient path. Zichen's expression immediately changed. Wu Yu was even more shocked. Guhi said seriously, of course I can't eat Wu Yu's map, and I don't dare to eat it alone. I knew that Wu Yu was with you, but I still went to find you because I wanted to tell you that you, Zichen, can't eat it alone, and you don't dare to eat it. Zichen didn't say anything. He was waiting for Guhi's explanation. In this world, other than the 5 great aristocratic families, there are also other powers. These powers have powerful backgrounds, and they also occupy the position of controller of the ancient road. Although they can't be compared to the 5 elements aristocratic families, they definitely can't be underestimated. And behind me, there is such an existence. The reason I dared to look for you is because of the power behind me. Which power? Asked Zichen. The Sword Sect. It's a sect with an extremely long inheritance on the eastern continent. They have many experts, including several Xiantian experts. Seeing Zichen's hesitation, Guhi said, Zichen, in this situation, you have to choose a power. If you rely on yourself, I can guarantee that even in Heavenly Genius City, you won't be at peace. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm telling you the truth. Zichen pointed. One last question. Since these powers are the true rulers of the ancient path, the entire ancient path belongs to them. Why would they care about a mere treasure trove? Chapter 862. Since this matter involved the mysterious aboriginals, anything was possible. Perhaps there really was something good in this treasure. Zichen's combat power was strong, but he was not strong enough to fight against the forces. Therefore, it was unrealistic to eat the meat alone. In the end, Zichen accepted Guhi's suggestion to share the map with the Sword Sect. However, before that, both parties had to meet and discuss. After the matter was settled, Guhi left to contact the Sword Sect members. Only Zichen and Wu Yu were left in the living room. Zichen gestured for Wu Yu to sit down and asked, What do you think of this? Wu Yu had a bitter expression as he said, What else can I say? If I had known that this thing had such a great origin, I would have contributed it back then to establish ties with a large faction. Now I was schemed against, and even my backer was destroyed. Where are the things? Where did you put them? Zichen asked. Wu Yu's face suddenly had a mysterious expression. He then pointed at his stomach. Zichen was shocked and said, You ate it. Wu Yu nodded and said, That's right. They thought I hid it somewhere, so they didn't kill me. They just tortured me for a confession. However, they would never have thought that this thing was always with me. After that, Wu Yu used an elixir weapon to cut open his stomach in front of Zichen and took out 1/6 of the map. Bright red blood soaked Wu Yu's robe and dripped to the ground. Wu Yu's hands were covered in blood, and so was the map. When Zichen took it, it was still warm. This was not a map drawn on paper, but a palm-sized jade slip. From the outside, the jade slip looked very ordinary, and nothing special could be seen. However, as he probed it with his spiritual sense, the entire jade slip began to glow. Lines that had no beginning and end appeared on it. Wu Yu took out the jade slip and began to apply elixirs to his wounds. However, the recovery effect was not obvious. Zichen could only give him a high-effect elixir. Thank you. Wu Yu thanked him. Not long after, Guhi came again. Wu Yu had already cleaned up the blood on the ground, so he did not notice it. The sword sect's manager has left, and he'll only return in 2 days. You must stay in the city during these 2 days, and you absolutely must not go out. Guhi warned. Also, you must be careful at night. Although there are rules in the city that forbid fighting and killing, there are many cultivators who suddenly die at night. Thank you for the information. I'll take note of that. Do you have a map of Tianjiao City? I want to go out and trade for some resources. Do you have any recommendations? He didn't hesitate to copy a jade slip for Zichen and said, If you want to exchange for resources, go to the Precious Treasure Pavilion or the Exquisite Pavilion. The Precious Treasure Pavilion has a lot of rare items, and the Exquisite Pavilion has a lot of medicinal pills. Guhi left after putting down the jade slip. At the same time, he told Zichen that he would notify him once the sword sect master returned. Zichen saw the location of the Precious Treasure Pavilion and the Exquisite Pavilion from the jade slip. Just as Guhi had said, all the luxurious things in Tianjiao City were built around the east side of the city. These two places were not far from where Zichen lived, and they were right across from each other. In the entire Tianjiao City, the true geniuses were these Xiantian realm cultivators. They were the true geniuses of their generation. Zichen called the two of them and told them to exchange for some resources. Yan Laosan raised his hands in agreement. Obviously, he also had resources to exchange. The Precious Treasure Pavilion and the Exquisite Pavilion were right across from each other. They were both 3 stories high, and the receptionist at the door was also a beautiful woman. Zichen first went to the Exquisite Pavilion. Right now, he really needed resources. After the 3 of them entered the Exquisite Pavilion, Wu Yu followed Zichen, while Yan Laosan went off on his own. Sir, do you want to buy some medicinal pills? A beautiful attendant came to welcome Zichen. Zichen nodded. I want to exchange for some. Then please follow me. The attendant smiled sweetly. Zichen was led to a hall. There were many crystal cabinets in the hall. There was a woman in front of each cabinet, and the cabinets were filled with luxurious medicinal pills. Wu Yu clicked his tongue in wonder. What? Do you see something extraordinary? Zichen asked. Wu Yu praised. It's really extraordinary. There's so many beautiful female cultivators. I really don't know where they came from. Zichen thought that the attendant could see that these medicinal pills were extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to say that the women were extraordinary. This made Zichen quite speechless. The attendant led Zichen to look at the medicinal pills in the crystal cabinets. Wu Yu followed behind. Looking at the exquisite medicinal pills in the cabinets, he said, No matter the effect of the medicinal pills, just the appearance alone is luxurious enough. Where's the recovery pill? Take me to see it. Zichen requested. Please follow me. The attendant brought Zi-Chin to the exchange area for Origin rejuvenation pills and explained, "We have 3 types of Origin rejuvenation pills here. One is ordinary, one is fine, and the last is top grade. An ordinary Origin rejuvenation pill requires 50 drops of low-grade Origin liquid. A fine Origin rejuvenation pill requires 1,000 drops of low-grade Origin liquid, and a top-grade Origin rejuvenation pill requires 5,000 drops." Essence liquid was divided into high, middle, and low-grade essence liquid. Just like essence stones, the amount of essence liquid exchanged was also the same. 1 drop of high-grade essence liquid could be exchanged for 100 drops of middle-grade essence liquid or 10,000 drops of low-grade essence liquid. Zi-Chen had been in this world for several days. He had killed and plundered dozens of people. He now had 160 drops of high-grade essence liquid, 2,000 drops of middle-grade essence liquid, and 10,000 drops of low-grade essence liquid. If Zi-Chen wanted to instantly recover his Xiantian Yuan Qi, he would need at least 3 to 4 high-grade recovery pills. Zi-Chen pointed at the high-grade recovery pills and said, "Give me 10,000 of these first." "What, 10,000? The attendant, with a professional smile, was startled, his gaze fixed on Zi-Chen. Beside him, Wu Yu was also startled. Who would buy 10,000 medicinal pills at once? The people around the cabinets were also startled. They didn't know that to Zi-Chen, resources were equivalent to his life. Along the way, Zi-Chen was well aware of the importance of resources. 10,000 high-grade recovery pills. Zi-Chen didn't feel it was too much. "Sir, are you sure you want 10,000? The attendant asked for confirmation. "What, you don't have any here?" Zi-Chen retorted. The attendant chuckled. "Yes, of course we do." Zi-Chen also smiled. "It's good that you have them. Tell them to prepare them first. Remember, 10% off." As he spoke, Zi-Chen took out the violet gold token and waved it lightly. Purple gold token. A strange light flashed in the attendant's eyes. Zi-Chen didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that during the following introductions, the attendant seemed to be more enthusiastic. Moreover, intentionally or unintentionally, he would make physical contact with Zi-Chen while walking forward, causing Zi-Chen's mind to ripple slightly. Walking to the high-grade recovery pills, Zi-Chen said, "Give me 1,000 of these." A high-grade recovery pill was worth 5,000 drops of low to mid-grade essence liquid, which was equivalent to 50 drops of mid-grade essence liquid. Zi-Chen directly asked for 1,000, which meant he had to pay 500 drops of high-grade essence liquid. This was a real big deal, causing many people to look over. Zi-Chen then saw the Azure Spirit Pill, which was also a treasure pill that Zi-Chen had swallowed in the past. This kind of medicinal pill was expensive to make, and its effect was also better than the treasure pills outside. Here, it was even more expensive, requiring 5 drops of high-grade essence liquid to exchange for one. "What a scam," Zi-Chen muttered, then said, "Give me 100 of these." 100 Azure Spirit Pills. Another 500 drops of high-grade essence liquid. If added to the previous medicinal pills, Zi-Chen had already spent 2,000 drops of high-grade essence liquid. Even with the purple gold token and a 10% discount, he still had to pay 1,800. Wu Yu followed beside Zi-Chen, completely stunned by Zi-Chen's purchasing method. Moreover, he had spent 2,000 drops of high-grade essence liquid just to buy 3 kinds of medicinal pills. This was inconceivable to him. There weren't many people in the pavilion of delicacy who were as generous as Zi-Chen. If it weren't for the fact that Zi-Chen had the purple gold medallion, someone would probably have come forward to interrogate him or ask him to pay in advance. Zi-Chen then saw the healing pills and bought 1,000 of them. Apart from that, he also bought some other medicinal pills. From beginning to end, Zi-Chen had already spent over 4,000 drops of high-grade essence liquid. "Sir, do you need anything else?" The attendant's body was almost plastered to Zi-Chen's body, and her voice was so soft that it seeped into his bones. Unfortunately, Ziqin didn't understand the situation and shook his head. "No." "Then please wait a moment. Let me calculate." The attendant could only reluctantly move her body away from Ziqin bit by bit. After a while, she said, "The total value of these things is 4,100 drops of high-grade essence liquid. 10% discount is 3,690 drops. I want to exchange something. You can give me a price." Ziqin took out a spirit melting pill and a soul condensing pill, respectively. "Please wait a moment." After receiving the 2 types of medicinal pills, the attendant left. This kind of exchange was not uncommon, and they were already used to it. Soon, the attendant came over and said, "Sir, in view of the excellent effects of these pills, we will give you 150 drops of high-grade essence liquid for each spirit condensing pill, and 350 drops for each spirit melting pill." Their effects were extraordinary, so the exchange price of these 2 pills was 10% higher than the others. Ziqin was very satisfied with this. He took out another 29 spirit melting pills and said, "I won't exchange the spirit melting pill, but I'll exchange 30 of these spirit melting pills. Give me the rest of the high-grade essence liquid." Ziqin had exchanged 500 spirit melting pills from the old man, but only 100 spirit melting pills. The 2 had different effects, but the spirit melting pill was more valuable because it could change one's spiritual sense. Ziqin was somewhat regretful that he didn't exchange for more spirit melting pills. However, the original exchange price of spirit melting pills was also very high, 3 contribution points for one. Wu Yu was still in a state of shock when Ziqin walked out with the liquefied essence and the medicinal pills. The high prices of these 2 medicinal pills made him unable to utter a single word. These 2 items were expensive, but they were easy to sell. After Ziqin said that he didn't want to exchange for the spirit melting pills, the attendant's eyes clearly showed a trace of regret. Ping Mo actually only offered 30 drops for such a popular item, and even said that it was not easy to sell it. One could see how greedy he was. After the 2 came out, they went straight to the precious treasure pavilion. There were many wondrous items in the pavilion, which aroused Ziqin's curiosity. "This fruit of strength, I, Earth Marquis, will buy it for 300 drops of essence liquid." 300 drops of essence liquid for the fruit of strength? "I'll give you 400. Is 400 a lot? I'll give you 500. Before Ziqin entered the pavilion, he heard the sound of bidding in the hall, and the object of the bidding was actually the fruit of strength. 700. "If you give me a higher price, I'll take it." Suddenly, Ziqin heard an extremely familiar voice. Chapter 863. A single fruit of power was actually priced at 700. This caused Ziqin, who had just arrived, to be shocked. However, Ziqin quickly recognized a familiar voice. Ziqin walked into the hall. Wu Yu followed closely behind Ziqin. At the center of the hall was an exquisite crystal display case. 8 trial challengers were gathered in front of it. At this time, they were raising the price of a single fruit of strength. There were also a few people around them. Ziqin looked at these 7 or 8 people, and his pupils shrank. These 8 people were all Xiantian realm masters. In the outside world, it was difficult to even encounter a Hotian realm master, but on this ancient smelting trial road, Xiantian realm masters were as common as carps crossing the river. But then he thought about how this place was filled with so many geniuses of the martial heaven continent. It wasn't strange for so many Xiantian experts to appear here. Among these 8 people, Ziqin saw 2 familiar faces. One was Xia Xian, and the other was Lei Ming. Lei Ming had also successfully used the lightning essence to increase his yuan energy, allowing him to transform from a Hotian expert to a Xiantian expert. Lei Ming's gaze was fixated on the fruit of strength. He was filled with confidence and was determined to obtain it. The Thunder Tribe's techniques that Lei Ming cultivated included body, refinement techniques. The fruit of strength was extremely useful to him. In fact, it wasn't only for Lei Ming. The fruit of strength was useful to everyone. Qin, who was familiar with Lei Ming, could clearly see the lack of confidence behind his confident expression. Just now, it was Xia Xian who had called out the price of 700 high-grade essence liquids. As for Lei Ming, he shouldn't have that much on him. 700 high-grade yuan liquids was definitely a huge number. It was enough to scare away many Xiantian experts. Xiantian experts were also divided into ranks. Those who had grasped Xiantian techniques were naturally third rank or higher. For such existences, as long as their realms were high enough to reach the late primal core realm, as long as they didn't step onto the ancient path, they wouldn't encounter any life-threatening dangers. There were also some who had encountered a fortuitous encounter that allowed them to transform into Xiantian experts. For example, Lei Ming was one such person. He had Xiantian yuan energy, but he didn't have any Xiantian techniques. Amongst Xiantian experts, he was below the 6th rank. If he fought a 3rd rank expert, it was natural for him to lose. But if he really wanted to flee, he wouldn't die. Of course, Qin didn't count. Out of the 8 Xiantian realm martial artists, after Xia Xian spoke, 4 of their expressions changed. They looked at Xia Xian, then looked at the 2 beside him, and decisively gave up. As for Lei Ming, who had the most excited expression, he was completely ignored. But thinking about it, Lei Ming didn't have any Xiantian level techniques. Even if he stepped into the Xiantian realm, he would still be the weakest Xiantian realm cultivator. Furthermore, the Thunder Clan had declined, and they didn't have a foundation here. Naturally, they wouldn't have many resources. 700, Xia Xian, you're really rich. A Xiantian realm martial artist mocked. Compared to the 2 clans' side branch, I'm still lacking. Xia Xian smiled faintly. Bah, you want to compete with the 2 clans' branch family? You're not worthy. A mere Xia clan dares to compete with me for resources? Seems like the Xia clan has been living a comfortable life recently. Tu Ho, who came from the 2 clans' branch family, said coldly. Xia Xian smiled. This is the treasure pavilion. Whoever offers the highest price gets it. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the clan. Humph, it's only 700. Do you really think you've won? 750. Another cold snort came from the side. There was still a Xiantian realm martial artist who didn't withdraw. Tu Ho turned his head and glared at the other party. Lu Pin, you also want to compete with me? Lu Pin glanced at Tu Ho and said, recently my body's strength has reached a bottleneck. I need this fruit of strength to break through. Tu Ho, if you have the strength, then bid. If you don't, then withdraw. Why are you glaring at me? Tu Ho snorted coldly. Good Lu Pin. Just you wait. 800. The 3 of them competed while the people around them watched the show. No one stepped forward to stop them, and no one dared to do so. As for the treasure pavilion, which focused on profit, they were naturally happy to see such a scene happen. It could even be said that the treasure pavilion's action was obviously to drive up the price. 850. After Xia Xian shouted out, his expression turned ugly. 700 drops of high-grade origin liquid was already the limit of what he could offer. Adding Lei Ming's, he could still afford this price. But when he thought about how the fruit of strength that was priced at 150 drops of upper-grade yuan liquid was actually raised to 850, endless anger rose in his heart. Good Xia clan. Lu Pin snorted coldly, but didn't continue bidding. The normal price of a fruit of strength was around 500. The current price had exceeded the normal price by too much. 850 is already the limit? Pauper. Tu Ho's eyes had a trace of ridicule. He then smiled and said 900. 900 was already an extremely high price. Xia Xian also shrank back. He shook his head and sighed. He turned to Lei Ming and said apologetically, sorry. Haha, a bunch of paupers actually want to compete with me. Tu Ho. Tu Ho laughed complacently. 1,000. Suddenly, an abrupt voice came from not far away. Who is it? Are you courting death? Tu-Ho turned his head, his eyes emitting coldness. The surrounding crowd subconsciously moved aside. Wu Yu followed Zi-Chin out from the crowd. Everyone's gaze landed on the two. Of course, they were mainly looking at Zi-Chin. Are you courting death? Tu-Ho asked coldly. Zi-Chin glanced at Earth Marquis and said, It's utterly pointless for you to threaten me here. If you really have the ability, then just say this to me outside the city. If you're able to make it into the city alive, then I'll take your surname. The confidence in Zi-Chen's words caused everyone's expression to change. Compared to Zi-Chen's threat, Tu-Ho's threat was too weak. Tu-Ho's expression twisted. His eyes flickered with coldness. His killing intent didn't decrease at all. The surrounding Xiantian realm experts' eyes flickered. They couldn't see through Zi-Chen's strength, so they didn't dare to speak casually. Zi-Chen, it's you. Lei Ming's excited voice sounded. Xia Exan looked at Zi-Chen with surprise. Zi-Chen looked at the two and smiled. Of course it's me. When did you come? The two stopped paying attention to the fruit of strength and started to reminisce about the past with Zi-Chen. The surrounding people first heard this name and found it familiar, but soon they recalled everything about Zi-Chen from the depths of their memories. It's him, the Zi-Chen who killed a Xiantian realm expert. It's actually him. Everyone's gaze fell on Zi-Chen and their expressions changed. The trial takers' eyes were filled with reverence, and the Xiantian realm experts' faces were filled with fear. Clearly, this person was someone who had killed a Xiantian realm expert before, and wasn't just a simple threat from Tu-Ho. Tu-Ho's expression became even more unsightly. He wasn't afraid of being killed by Zi-Chen, but he had been humiliated again and again today. His heart was filled with anger. Not only had he humiliated himself, but he had also humiliated the Tu family. Apart from the chatter of Zi-Chen and the other two, there was no other sound. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on the three of them. The fruit of strength that everyone was looking forward to had actually become a foil. A moment later, a humble voice sounded. May I ask if you want to buy the fruit of strength now? The one who spoke was a beautiful woman from the precious treasure pavilion. Her attitude was extremely good, and she had a sweet smile on her face. Zi-Chen turned his head to look at her and smiled. I was just joking. I don't need the fruit of strength. The woman was instantly startled. She hadn't expected Zi-Chen to say such a thing. Haha, so you're that savage Zi-Chen who has a crazy love for resources. Tu-Ho's expression was extremely unsightly. After hearing that Zi-Chen didn't want the fruit of strength, he laughed loudly. Zi-Chen looked at Tu-Ho and asked, What, am I famous? Famous. Of course you're famous. But in my opinion, you're just a poor bastard. Only a poor bastard would rob other people's resources without any bottom line. Tu-Ho sneered. Yes, you're right. I'm very poor. Zi-Chen admitted this point because he always felt that he didn't have enough resources. Poor bastard. You dare to bid when you don't have anything? Are you trying to show off your existence? Tu-Ho sneered. I was just joking. As for the fruit of strength, it doesn't have much use for me. Tu-Ho laughed again after hearing this. Poor bastard, don't flatter yourself. Poor is poor. Moreover, looking at your poor appearance, it would be difficult for you to take out 1,000 drops of upper-grade essence liquid. At this moment, Tu-Ho's point of view was unanimously approved by everyone. Everyone could see that this famous Zi-Chen didn't have many resources on him. Zi-Chen also admitted this point. He nodded and said, Yes, I admit that I'm very poor. I'm so poor that I only have the fruit of strength left. That's why I said that it's useless. Tu-Ho laughed and said, What did I just hear? The best joke ever? So poor that you only have the fruit of strength left? Zi-Chen, it's not that I'm looking down on you. But if you can take out 3 fruits of strength, I won't buy this one. As for the 900 drops of essence liquid, I'll give it to you for free. Are you serious? Zi Chen looked at him. Of course, Tu Ho said proudly, but if you can't take it out, I don't want anything from a poor bastard like you. You just need to get out of here and take a detour when you see me. This was clearly a bet. There was going to be a good show to watch. Everyone became excited again. Lei Ming and Xia Exan didn't say anything because they believed in Zi Chen's decision. Zi Chen shook his finger and said no. What? You want to go back on your words? Haha, if you do, then get out of here immediately. Tu Ho laughed complacently. The face he had just lost was regained. He was very happy. No, you misunderstood. What I meant was that 3 is too little. I'll take out 30. Zi Chen stared at Tu Ho and said, What, 30? Tu Ho was shocked by this number, but soon he laughed mockingly. If you can't take out 30, then consider it my loss. Just as he laughed coldly, Zi Chen flipped his hand and a fruit of strength appeared in his hand. Then, Zi Chen's hand shook and he threw the fruit of strength to Lei Ming. Zi Chen really took out the fruit of strength. Everyone was stunned. The smile on Tu Ho's face also disappeared in an instant. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Zi Chen said with a smile, The one just now doesn't count. This one is. Chapter 864. 30 fruits of strength floated in front of Zi Chen, emitting a gentle green light. Seeing these fruits of strength, everyone was dumbfounded, including the trial takers and the staff of the precious treasure pavilion. The complacent expression on Earth Marquis' face had long since disappeared. His face lost its normal redness and became deathly pale. How is this possible? You actually have so many fruits of strength. He trembled as he pointed at Zi Chen, his eyes filled with shock. Zi Chen sighed and said, I already told you that I'm so poor that I only have fruits of strength, but you didn't believe me. I still don't believe you. Earth Marquis indeed didn't believe it. A single fruit of strength was worth about 500 drops of high-grade yuan liquid. The reason why it was so valuable was because it was too rare. However, Zi Chen took out 30 of them at once. Earth Marquis immediately lost his composure and snatched one of them. He carefully examined the fruit of strength. After discovering that there was no problem, he snatched the other fruits of strength. While carefully examining them, he even used his spiritual sense. After Zi Chen took out the fruit of strength, Earth Marquis lost his composure. He no longer had the bearing of a Xiantian expert. However, the others didn't laugh at him. On the contrary, many people admired Earth Marquis. Although he lost his composure, he didn't go crazy. If it was them who suddenly lost 900 drops of high-grade yuan liquid, they might have already lost their minds and do something crazy. Earth Marquis carefully examined the fruit of strength, not letting go of any details. However, this fruit of strength was so perfect that no one could find any flaws. Everyone quietly looked at Earth Marquis. They didn't say anything, nor did they urge him. After a while, Earth Marquis shouted, Damn it, how could it be like this? Zi Chen looked at Earth Marquis and sneered, Did you find anything fake? If so, quickly say it so that I can replace it. In any case, I'm so poor that I only have fruits of strength left. After saying this, Zi Chen waved his hand. With a flash of green light, another 30 fruits of strength appeared. Seeing another 30 fruits of strength, Earth Marquis despaired. The others were once again shocked. Zi Chen smiled and said, You are called Earth Marquis, right? This name is similar to a nouveau riche. You have the potential to be a nouveau riche. 900 drops of high-grade yuan liquid, no discount. Thank you. Earth Lord glared at Zi Chen. Flames of fury burned in his eyes, and his expression was one of unwillingness. What? As a branch family member of the Tu clan, are you going back on your words? Xia Xian suddenly spoke. Humph, I will go back on my words. I, Earth Marquis, will go back on my words. Earth Marquis coldly snorted and directly took out 900 drops of high-grade origin liquid. These drops of elemental liquid floated quietly in the air like dazzling raindrops. There were a total of 900 drops of high-grade elemental liquid, and the breathing of the surrounding people couldn't help but quicken. Thanks. Don't forget to look for me if there are any more good things like this in the future. Zichen smiled and put away the origin liquid and fruit of strength. He had lost both face and resources. It could be said that he had lost all face. If he continued to stay here, he would only be treated as a joke. Thus, Earth Marquis flicked his sleeves and left directly. Before he left, he glared at Zichen fiercely, as if to say, just wait and see. With Earth Marquis gone, there was no more drama to watch. Everyone also dispersed. The few Xiantian realm martial artists who had bid earlier found Zichen and tried to discuss whether they could sell some fruit of strength. I have enough origin liquid now, and I don't lack resources. I'm not selling. Zichen pointed at the spirit ring in his hand and directly refused. Afterwards, Zichen's group of 4 stepped onto the second floor. On the second floor, Zichen actually found Thunder Essence. However, it was only a single drop, and it was priced at 300 high-grade origin liquid. There were many wondrous items on the second floor, but most of them didn't enter Zichen's eyes. As a Xiantian realm martial artist, his battle strength was already so strong that he didn't need to rely on wondrous items. Apart from wondrous items, there were also weapons. There were both offensive and defensive weapons, and their quality was extremely high. Zichen also saw many human-grade weapons that were comparable to his foundation. However, Zichen already had the Dragon Soul Spear that could grow, so Dan weapons were useless. After looking around, Zichen didn't find anything worth buying, so Zichen planned to leave. What? You didn't find anything useful? An old voice sounded from Zichen's side. It was a white-haired old man. He walked in front of Zichen with a smile. Zichen shook his head and said, "There are many things, but they are miscellaneous and useless. I didn't expect the Grand Treasure Pavilion to only have these useless things. It's really disappointing." The old man smiled and said, "The things here are only for ordinary people. The good stuff isn't here. If little friend really wants wondrous items, then follow me." Zichen already knew that the old man was from the Treasure Pavilion and had been paying attention to him. He signaled the 3 to stay here, and Zichen followed the old man. This was the Treasure Pavilion, a proper shop. The 3 of them weren't afraid that Zichen would be cheated or have an accident. The old man led Zichen out of the trading hall. After passing through layers of dim passageways, they entered a room. As soon as Zichen entered the room, he felt a dangerous aura. It was as if there was a murderous intent locked onto him from the dark. Zichen's expression didn't change, because he quickly realized that the murderous intent wasn't man-made. It was naturally released by the items placed in the room. The coldness Zichen felt came from these items. These items were all small objects. The big ones were only the size of a palm, and the small ones were only the size of a knuckle. There were more than 30 of them in total. These small objects looked very strange. There were small swords, nails, and even hammerheads. Finally, Zichen found a withered branch that emitted lightning. The old man pointed at these items and introduced, "These are the real wondrous items of the Treasure Pavilion. They have the true power of wondrous items. Look at this small sword. It contains endless energy. Its attack is like lightning. Even if a Xiantian martial artist is hit by it, they will be injured. This small nail is called the heart-piercing nail. As long as you activate your Yuan power, it will definitely hit the enemy's heart. It will pierce through the heart and kill the enemy in one strike. It is extremely powerful. But the prerequisite is that you have to hit the target. This is a lightning branch. I found it in a sea of lightning. Now, the lightning branch still contains an inconceivable power of lightning. If it is controlled properly, killing a Xiantian realm cultivator will not be a problem. If you use these things well, you can definitely kill a human origin martial artist before the energy is exhausted. Are these things for sale or exchange? Zichen asked. He was obviously interested in these wondrous items. These are the real wondrous items. Of course they are for exchange. I don't accept liquefied yuan, the old man said. How can I exchange? 10 fruits of power for one item. Zichen didn't say anything. He turned around and walked away. 10 fruits of power for one item was completely beyond what he could afford. Young man, don't go. We can talk about the price. The old man's body flashed, and he appeared in front of Zichen like a ghost. The mystical items I have here are good for killing people and robbing them. Just 10 fruits of power can be exchanged for one. It's really a good deal. Moreover, each one can attack 3 or 4 times. It's definitely worth it. These things are indeed good, but I can't afford the price. Plus, I don't like killing people and robbing them. Forget it. Zichen refused directly. No, we can negotiate the price. If you don't like killing people and robbing them, you can save them to save your life. With these wondrous items, you won't be afraid of being attacked. 9 fruits of power for one item. Zichen looked at the old man and said seriously, if the effect is really as you say, I really want to exchange a few items. But I can't accept your price. The price I can accept is 5 for one item. What? 5 for one item? Brat, these are wondrous items, unique to the precious treasure pavilion. You're only giving me 5 fruits of power? You might as well rob me. The old man's voice became sharp. Do you know how much effort I put in to get these things? Do you know how much price I paid? You're only giving me 5 fruits of power? You! The old man's heart ached as he jabbered on. Zichen grew impatient. With a flash of light, 30 fruits of power appeared in front of him. Zichen directly said, if you're willing, you can have the fruits of power. I'll take 6 items. If you're not willing, then please step aside. The old man's expression constantly changed, as if he was fighting with himself. Just as Zichen grew impatient and was about to take the fruits of power, the old man finally said, 5 items. You can only take 5, not one more. If you don't agree, then you can leave now. Deal. A smile appeared on Zichen's face. Zichen turned around and quickly took 5 items from the room. One was a withered tree branch emitting lightning. Another was a small sword, a long nail, and the other 2 were also small items. In the meantime, the old man had already put away the fruits of power. Seeing that Zichen was about to leave, he said, Little friend, I still have many more items. If you need them, feel free to come find me. Zichen had already walked far away and didn't answer. The old man smiled faintly. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve again, and the space that Zichen had vacated after taking away the resources was filled with other strange objects. Zichen walked back to the transaction hall. Because it hadn't taken much time, Xian and the others were still waiting for him. The 4 of them then left. After leaving the treasure pavilion, the 4 of them didn't return to their rooms. Instead, they went directly to a nearby luxurious restaurant. Today, Zichen had obtained 900 drops of high-grade yuan liquid. This was a great harvest, so naturally he had to treat them. As the most luxurious restaurant in Tianjiao City, business here was excellent. Those who ate here were either Xiantian or Peak Hotian warriors. In addition, there were also mortal origin stage warriors. After the 4 of them sat down, the most eye-catching person wasn't Zichen and the other 2 Xiantian warriors, but Wu Yu. Because of the inheritance treasure, many forces were looking for Wu Yu. At this moment, when they saw Wu Yu appear, they were all shocked. Then, their gazes towards Zichen and the others became unfriendly. The meal was good overall. No one disturbed them during the meal. However, the malicious gazes from all around somewhat affected the atmosphere. While they were eating, Zichen also informed them about the inheritance treasure through voice transmission. Both of their eyes lit up as they listened. Zichen invited them to go with him, and both of them immediately agreed. After the meal, the four of them walked towards Zi Chen's room. But as soon as they reached the door, they saw Yan Lao San and Gu He. Yan Lao San had come straight here after coming out of the pavilion of delicacy. As for Gu He had been waiting for a long time. Tomorrow, the person in charge of the sword sect will be back tomorrow. You can meet tomorrow to discuss. As soon as he saw Zichen, Gu He said, P.S. These 2 days have been very tiring. Last night, it was already 3 in the morning. I got up at 7 in the morning. Until now, I've been in low spirits and unable to get into the story. Chapter 865. Gu He was very concerned about this matter. On one hand, it was because of the powerful sword sect, and on the other hand, it was because of Zichen. Although Zichen didn't have any power, his combat strength was extremely powerful. It was said that he could kill a Xiantian realm martial artist. Even if someone from a large power saw Zichen, they would still be somewhat afraid. After leaving behind these words, Gu He left, not bothering Zichen. The residence given to Zichen was a standalone villa. It was large and spacious enough, so Lei Ming and Xia Exan could stay here. After the two heard about the inheritance treasure, they didn't have any intention of leaving. The night passed peacefully, and no one came to find trouble with Wu Yu. The next morning, as soon as the sky brightened, Gu He arrived with 2 Hotian realm martial artists. When Gu He arrived, Zichen was still cultivating, so he didn't disturb him. After all, no matter how fast they were going to meet, it would be noon. When it was almost noon, Zichen finished cultivating and washed up. Then, the group of 8 headed towards the sword sect's area. In Heaven's Pride City, there was an extremely obvious reference to distinguish the strength of a power. That was the area and location of the base. If the east of the city belonged to the Xiantian realm martial artists, then the south of the city belonged to the various powers. If the base was large, then the power would naturally be large. This was because these powers had to spend essence, liquid, to purchase a base. Just a Heaven's Pride token to enter and leave the city cost 100 drops of high-grade essence liquid. From this, one could guess the value of a large base. The sword sect's base was very large, over 1,000 square meters. There were fake mountains, gardens, small bridges, and flowing water. When Zichen's group arrived, they were led to the main hall by the sword sect's people. Everywhere they passed, Zichen saw no less than 30 people from the sword sect. Moreover, each of them had a treasure sword on their back. Whether they were Hotian or Xiantian, the sword sect's people all had an arrogant air about them. This was the result of cultivating the sword sect's secret arts. In the main hall, Zichen saw the person in charge of the sword sect this time. This was a young man in a blue robe. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking like an elegant scholar. He did not carry a long sword on his back. When he saw Zichen and his group appear, he walked out of the hall and personally welcomed them. There were 2 other people in the hall. These 2 people were dressed like normal disciples of the sword faction. Their swords were on their backs, and when they saw Zichen and his group arrive, they only stood up. Sect Master Jian greeted Gu He in advance. Then his gaze landed on Zichen. Among the group, Zichen was clearly the leader. Brother Shinobu, let me introduce you. This is Zichen. Zichen, this is Kennen. Gu He introduced them to each other. The corner of Zichen's mouth twitched. Hello, Brother Bitch. The sword ninja was stunned for a moment before he said, Brother Zichen, you're too polite. My sword is the sword sect's sword, the ninja from the ninja path. Zichen nodded and was even more polite. Oh, it's Brother Shinobu. Zichen, please come in. Friends, please come in, the sword ninja invited. He seemed very easygoing. Zichen nodded politely. The group walked into the main hall. The 2 sword sectinates also stood up and nodded slightly as a greeting. Arrogance was a must for disciples of the sword sect. It was said that the sword sect's sword Tao they cultivated was the sword of endurance. An easygoing disciple, like the sword sect's sword ninja, was considered an exception. Brother Zichen, Your name is very familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. The two were still chatting when they walked into the main hall. The sword ninja was very easygoing. Guhi heard him and said, "It's that Chen whose fame spread from the ancient road of Wuba more than 10 years ago." A strange light flashed in the sword ninja's eyes. He said, "Could it be that Chen who killed Qin Li in one breath and then killed Lan Lang and He from the Lan family?" Chen smiled and admitted it. The sword ninja's expression immediately changed. Even the two arrogant sword Xiantian lords looked at Chen with less arrogance on their faces. On the ancient road of trials, almost 90% of the innates had their own clan. The death of every innates was a big deal. The news of the Lan family, He family, and Qin family's innates being killed had spread more than 10 years ago. However, only a few core members knew about it. The others only knew that Chen had killed innates, but they didn't know who he had killed. Brother Chen is very famous. I've always wanted to see Brother Chen's glory. I didn't expect to see it today. It's a blessing of 3 lifetimes. The atmosphere was very harmonious as they chatted. After the maids served tea and snacks, they began to talk about business. Having a maid here was also a proof of strength. The sword ninja sat in the main seat and asked directly, "Brother Chen, did you bring the thing?" Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. He said, "Yes, it's on me. Of course." "Brother Chen, you're really confident." The sword ninja put down the teacup he had just picked up and looked at Chen. "Brother Chen, can you let me take a look at this thing?" Chen took out the jade piece that tempted many innates and casually tossed it to the sword ninja. Just by looking at it, the sword ninja knew that Chen wasn't fooling him. The other clan's jade pieces were the same. The sword ninja had seen it before. After using his spiritual sense, he saw the strange patterns on the jade piece and was even more certain that it was one of the 6 jade pieces. Fiddling with the jade piece in his hand, the sword ninja said, "Yes, it's real." After a pause, the sword ninja said, "Then leave it with me first. I'll contact the other 5 clans and inform Brother Chen." "Leave it with you." Chen looked at the sword ninja. "Yes." The sword ninja nodded. "Brother Chen, you can rest assured. Although this thing is precious, it's not as good as the sword sect's reputation. I'll take it with me to find the other 5 clans. When I leave, I'll definitely inform Brother Chen. Why should I believe you?" Chen asked. "The sword sect's reputation isn't enough." The sword ninja retorted. Chen sneered. "The sword sect? I only heard about it yesterday. Do you think I should believe in a sect that I just heard about yesterday?" The sword ninja was stunned and then frowned. "Chen, you better know what's good for you. Today, you'll have to keep this jade piece, even if you don't want to." The Xiantian martial artist named Jian Lu shouted coldly and then stood up. At the same time, Jian Xian also stood up and an aura rose around him. Jian Lu and Jian Xian were introduced by the sword ninja just now. All the disciples of the sword sect had the word sword before they entered the sect. "What, do you want to fight?" Chen glanced at the two coldly. "Brother Chen, I hope you won't make things difficult for me." The sword ninja also spoke. "Taking my things and making things difficult for you? Haha, the sword sect is really extraordinary." Chen laughed and his eyes became colder. "I, Chen, once said that whoever touches my resources is equivalent to taking my life. I won't let anyone who wants to take my life go. Fighting is not allowed in Tianjia City. I wonder if you have taken the necessary measures." Chen's voice was cold. Just as he stood up, beside Chen, Xia Xian, Lei Ming, and Lao San, and you had already stood up and were on guard. "Brother, Jian Run." Gu he stood up, but his expression was awkward. Obviously, he didn't want to offend either side. "Brother Chen, everything can be discussed." The sword ninja said, "This is not negotiable. Either give me the thing or fight," Chen said word by word. "Fight? Who do you think you are?" If you go against the sword sect, I guarantee that you won't live past today, Jianlu shouted. I'll give you the same. As for who lives and who dies, we'll know after we try. Zichen looked at the three and sneered. But before we fight, I want to advise you to let the others come out quickly. Otherwise, the three of you will die very quickly. Facing Zichen's threat, Jianlu's expression changed and became furious. Jianlu shouted, "Raise the formation." Zichen's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the power around his body began to surge. Lei Ming's body was surrounded by lightning, and Xia Exan's body was also emitting a golden light. Although Wu Yu and Yan Laosan's battle prowess were negligible, the power of their bodies also began to surge, which showed their attitude. The atmosphere had reached its limit. A battle could break out at any time. Wait! The sword ninja suddenly shouted. Senior brother. Jianlu and Jian Exan looked at the sword ninja in confusion. Brother Zichen, since this is not negotiable, then forget it. I'll give you the thing. I'll contact the 5 forces. But after this, you have to come with me to take a look, the sword ninja said. He then handed the jade piece to Zichen. Senior brother, you? The two of them were confused. This thing originally belonged to Zichen. We're just borrowing something from him. How can we be rude? The sword ninja's voice became cold. Zichen had already taken the jade piece. He withdrew his energy, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Brother Bitch is indeed reasonable. If you contact the 5 forces, just tell Gu He to come find me. Goodbye. With that, Zichen led everyone back. Gu He also cupped his fists and left. Come, send brother Zichen out, the sword ninja said. There's no need. Zichen waved his hand. He had already left the hall. Seeing Zichen leave, Jianlu and Jian Exan turned to the sword ninja and asked, Senior brother, why don't you activate the array? Then we can go and kill him together. Kill him? Who is he? Zichen, the sword ninja asked. Of course. If it's not Zichen, who else could it be? Jianlu asked. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will die, the sword ninja said. Senior brother, are you kidding? If all of us come out, Zichen can defeat us. Killing him is a fact, the sword ninja said. The sword ninja said, even if we kill Zichen, we will lose a lot. It's not worth it to ask for a spot just to get a jade slip. Besides, the jade slip is in Zichen's hands. We also have a spot, so why should we snatch it? Forcing the person to hand over the jade piece and taking control of it was the sword ninja's plan. However, he didn't expect the person to be Zichen. Moreover, Zichen wasn't afraid at all when he was threatened. Instead, he dared to threaten him. It was obvious that he was very confident. In addition, he had indeed killed an innate rancor before. This made the sword ninja change his mind. The group walked out of the sword sect. Gu He cupped his fists and apologized. Brother Zichen, just now. I can't blame you for this. Zichen waved his hand. This was the power of a major force. They had to take the initiative. Zichen was also the leader of a major force. He naturally knew what he had to do in this position. If it was him, he would also ask for the jade piece today. Neither side was wrong, but whoever had the bigger fist was right. Chapter 866. Today's incident at the sword sect made Zichen understand that his powerful battle prowess did not give him an advantage here. In a one-on-one battle, no one was a match for Zichen, and Zichen was not afraid of anyone. All the cultivators who had made it to this point had extremely firm and mature minds and experience. That kind of straightforward one-on-one combat was no longer in their worldview. As long as they could survive, as long as they could kill their enemies, so what if they were ganged up on? Therefore, Zichen had to equip himself and make himself stronger so that he could fight one-on-one. Thus, Zichen came to the treasure pavilion again. When he saw Zichen, the old man's smile was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. He greeted Zichen warmly. Young friend, you look good today. You're in high spirits. You came to the treasure pavilion again. Do you want to buy some things? Zichen nodded and did not deny it. He said directly, "That's right. I want to buy some more wondrous items." This, Zi Chen's straightforwardness, caused the old man's smile to disappear. Then he hesitated. "What? Is there a problem?" Zi Chen looked at the old man in confusion. "Young friend, you came here on purpose today, so I won't hide it from you. I only have so many wondrous items here. If you buy one, there will be one less. Yesterday you took 5, so now there are only 20 or so left. So this price—" The old man was in a difficult position. Zi Chen sneered in his heart. What a cunning and shameless old fox. "Young friend, you don't believe me. Then you can come with me and take a look." The old man brought Zi Chen to the place where the wondrous items were placed. Sure enough, the place where Zi Chen took the wondrous items yesterday was empty. The old man looked at Zi Chen and said, "Young friend, I didn't lie to you. I have fewer and fewer wondrous items here." "Then can it still be sold?" Zi Chen sneered in his heart as he asked. The old man hesitated for a moment, then said with a serious face, "You and I are acquaintances, so I won't lie to you. Today, I will tell you the truth. After all, I am a businessman and I have to sell things. If you really want these things, then you have to give me at least 10 fruits of power. If you can't give me that, then I won't sell them. Believe me, this is the lowest price." Zi Chen looked at the old man and extended his hand. 5 fruits of power for one. I'll take everything you have." "What? 5? Are you trying to steal from me?" "No, that won't do. Do you know how much effort it took me to get these things?" "No, youngsters nowadays are becoming more and more unreasonable." The old man began to jabber on and on and on. This time, Zi Chen didn't immediately leave. Instead, he looked at the old man with a smile, quietly listening to his long-winded speech. It had to be said that the old man's expression was very rich, extremely suitable for acting. He vividly portrayed the image of a caring, kind, and honest old man. Zi Chen was amused to see such a big contrast between a person's appearance and their true self. The old man acted for a long time and found that Zi Chen wasn't in the act at all, nor was he cheering. Feeling bored, he stopped talking. When the old man stopped, Zi Chen once again extended his hand. 5! It's still 5. I won't give you even one more. You're robbing." The old man's voice became sharp. He was very agitated. This time his performance was flustered and exasperated. Zi Chen pointed at the items and said, 5 for each item. I'll take all of them. Even if you add a few more, I'll still take them. The old man's expression changed slightly, and his rich expression disappeared. Zi Chen smiled but didn't say anything. A moment later, the old man hardened his heart, gritted his teeth, and said, "Fine, 5 it is. There are 27 items left. I'll add a few more to make it 40. That's a total of 200 strength fruits. How did you get 40 just by adding a few items?" Zi Chen stared. "Take it or leave it. At this price, I can only sell them as a group." The old man glanced at Zi Chen and returned to his treacherous appearance. "I'll give you 200 strength fruits and replace the other 200 with thunder essence. How about it?" Zi Chen asked. The old man's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he said in surprise, "You still have thunder essence." Zi Chen didn't answer. The old man said again, "Since you have thunder essence, then you might as well exchange some. I'll give you 80 items, but you have to give me 400 for each item." Zi Chen's face darkened. "Do you think I picked these things up for free?" The old man's face also darkened. "I didn't pick them up for free." In the end, Zi Chen exchanged 40 items. Zi Chen had tested the previous items last night, and their power was just as the old man had said. Although the old man was treacherous, he wasn't wrong. These items could kill Xiantian realm warriors, and if used well, they could even kill a human origin realm warrior. These items could be used to prevent numerous Xiantian realm warriors from ganging up on him, and they could also be used on the ancient road. If it wasn't for the fact that these strength fruits and thunder essence were of great use, Zi Chen wouldn't have minded exchanging more. The two men left the room one after another, but soon both of their faces showed a satisfied smile. When Zichen finished the exchange and returned to his room, the sword ninja had already found the 5 forces. Bitch, what do you want from us? Don't tell us you want the quota. We don't have it, C of the Hua family said. Everything else can be discussed, but not the quota. Another force also expressed their stance. It said that the inheritance treasure this time was spread by the mysterious ruler of the ancient race, but it's all just hearsay. Brother bitch, you can wait until we verify it, then we'll give the sword sect a chance. Tu Luo, the leader of the Tuo family of 5 elements, also said. Out of the 5 forces, 3 of them had already expressed their stance, and it was meaningless for the other 2 to not express their stance. The sword ninja looked at the 5 with a faint smile on his face, but after they expressed their stance, his smile turned into a cold sneer. Put away your petty thoughts. I've already found the 6th jade slip, and I'm here to ask you when we can leave. The sword ninja said. You found the 6th jade slip? That's fast. Hurry up and take it out. Let's compare it and see if it's real or fake. The 5 of them said one after another. The sword ninja said, I did get it, but it's not in my hands. They only agreed to let us go. I've seen it, and it's real. As soon as the sword ninja said that, everyone looked at him with strange gazes. You saw it, but you didn't take it. Bitch, that's not your style. Huasi mocked. It's someone else's treasure. How can a gentleman take it from someone else? The sword ninja said. Puffed, sword ninja, don't disgust me. We know your sword sex character very well. Hurry up and tell us who's the other party. Is he from the Shaji clan or some other clan? Tu Luo asked. Jin Yen from the Jin family said. It can't be a force. If it was, they would have come to us. I'm guessing he's a rogue cultivator, and one that the sword sect can't afford to offend. The sword ninja was dissatisfied. What do you mean by can't afford to offend? We just don't want to offend him. Oh, don't want to offend him? What's his background? Everyone was curious. It's Zichen from the Thunder Clan. The sword ninja said. Zichen from the Thunder Clan? The Thunder Clan only exists in name. Why are you afraid of them? Everyone was confused. It's that Zichen from more than 10 years ago, the one who killed a Xiantian realm warrior. The sword ninja explained. So it's him. I didn't expect him to come to the 5-9 ancient roads. He's indeed extraordinary to be able to come out of the ancient road of trials. Everyone was enlightened. The sword ninja nodded and said, Of course he's extraordinary. Moreover, he does have an azure dragon wrapped around his waist. Normally, the azure dragon is in a state of deep sleep, but once a battle breaks out, the azure dragon will definitely wake up. Look carefully, it's the real azure dragon totem. It looks like it, but I'm not sure if it's the real one. The 5's eyes shone with curiosity. After a short pause, Jin Yen said, Since the item is in his hands, let's ask him to come with us. As long as the 6 jade pieces can be put together, we'll leave as soon as possible. Yes, let him come as soon as possible. All right, I'll ask him to come tomorrow. After the 6 jade pieces are put together, we'll leave. The 6 of them reached a preliminary agreement. Once they returned, the sword ninja called Gu He over and had him contact Zichen. Gu He was to inform Zichen as soon as he returned. Zichen, do you want us to go with you? Asked Xia Xian. No need, said Zichen. The next day, Gu He came early to wait for Zichen. Then the 2 of them went to the sword sect. Under the sword ninja's lead, they met with the 5 Elements faction. The place where they met was the Jin family. This place was even larger and more luxurious, in heavenly genius city, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. This place was as beautiful as an imperial palace. The 5 Elements aristocratic family was the largest aristocratic family in the Martial Heaven continent. They controlled the entire Martial Heaven alliance. Under the 5 Elements aristocratic family, all the 5 Elements aristocratic family's experts were under their control. For example, Xia Xian cultivated metal energy. so he was under the Jin family's control. When they arrived at the Jin family, Zichen saw many trial takers before entering the main hall. Among them, the weakest was at the peak of the Hotian realm, while the rest were at the Xiantian realm. Amongst them, Zichen actually saw Tu Ho. When Tu Ho saw Zichen, he was also startled. Other than that, Zichen also saw Zhongmeng, who had escaped from him. When she saw Zichen, her expression also changed. Zichen entered the main hall with the sword ninja. Guhi stayed behind. Within the main hall, Zichen saw the leaders of the 5 Elements faction. This is Zichen. Zichen, this is Jin Yen, Mulong, Water Ether, Huisi, and Tu Luo. After the introductions, they didn't exchange pleasantries. They began to talk business. Once we enter the inheritance treasury, everything will depend on your own ability. Jin Yen said before the jade pieces were put together. Zichen naturally didn't object. Then the 6 jade pieces were put together. The moment the 6 pieces of jade merged together, the entire jade piece emitted a resplendent light. Then, in the air above the jade piece, amidst the resplendent light, a light diagram appeared. When the light diagram appeared, everyone sent out their spiritual senses. They wanted to record this light diagram in their minds. "Young master, this is bad." A voice suddenly rang out from outside the main hall. A person charged in. Chapter 867. At this moment, there were only 7 people in charge in the hall. The others were not qualified to enter. The 6 of them were in the middle of a discussion when an outsider suddenly barged in. This change caused everyone's expression to change. Including Zichen, the 6 of them immediately attacked. 6 rays of light intersected. Then each took their own piece of jade. After taking the jade, they immediately retreated, all of them in a state of alert. After the jade was taken away, the light map floating in the air also dissipated. "What's going on?" Holding the jade, Jin Yen said coldly, "Didn't I say not to disturb us if there's nothing important?" The person who entered the hall was an old man. When he entered, he did not close the door. Everyone could clearly hear the exclamations outside. "Young master, look." The old man who entered held a piece of paper in his hand. There were many lines drawn on it. It looked like a treasure map. The instant the crowd saw the treasure map in the old man's hand, their expressions changed. That was because all of them discovered a familiar terrain from the treasure map. Jin Yen took the map and looked carefully. His expression changed instantly. "What's going on?" In the midst of the questioning, the treasure map was passed to the others. Everyone who saw the treasure map immediately had a change in expression. When the treasure map was passed to Zichen's expression turned even uglier. The drawing on the treasure map was exactly the same as the one on the light map. After comparing one of the lines with the jade, Zichen found that there was no difference. "Young master!" This kind of paper suddenly fell from the sky. When I took a look, I found that one of the lines was very familiar, so I quickly brought it in. "How is this familiar? It's exactly the same. Damn it, what's going on?" Jin Yan's expression was also very ugly. He then asked, "How many treasure maps fell from the sky?" "Densely packed, like raindrops. There are so many that it's impossible to describe," the old man replied. At this moment, everyone in the outside world went crazy. Treasure maps fell from the sky, and there were so many of them that they almost covered the entire world. Any cultivator in this world could see the treasure maps falling from the sky. This is a treasure map. But why would a treasure map fall from the sky? Is this treasure map real? It can't be a prank, right? When the cultivators picked up the treasure map, the trial challengers had different expressions on their faces. Some were excited, some were suspicious, and some were puzzled. But no matter what their expressions were, whether the treasure map was real or fake, they would still go and take a look. In Zichen's mansion, Lei Ming and the others also saw the treasure maps all over the floor. "What's going on? Who did this?" Lei Ming walked out of the room and looked towards the sky. Then he saw a sky full of blueprints flying down. Lei Ming called everyone over. When they saw this scene, their faces were filled with doubt. But when Wu Yu took out the treasure map and looked at it, his face changed instantly. "This treasure map is real," Wu Yu muttered as if he had been struck by lightning. "What?" The crowd, who thought it was a prank, turned to look at Wu Yu. "This treasure map is real, absolutely real. This place is the location on the treasure map that I obtained earlier. As for the other 5 places, if I'm not wrong, they should be the things recorded in the other 5 jade slips." Wu Yu said, "If it's real, then why would it fall from the sky?" The crowd was even more confused. "Ancient race. It must be the ancient race. Damn it. I worked so hard to find the jade slips and just finished gathering the treasure map. Who would have thought that it would be shared with someone else?" In the main hall, Huasi burned the treasure map in his hand. He was furious to the extreme. Then he took out the jade slips and crushed them. The jade slips exploded into pieces and fell to the ground. It must be the ancient race. Only they would be so generous. The others were also indignant. Obviously, they were being played like monkeys. After working so hard to find the treasure map, the other party actually shared it with them. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out from the side. Everyone looked at Huasi's feet and saw that the jade slips that were crushed earlier had merged back into one after falling to the ground. The jade slips were broken and repaired. Could it be that they still have some use? Zichen frowned. Huasi's face changed drastically. He picked up the jade slips and kept them like they were treasures. After keeping the jade slips, Huasi looked at the others and realized that they all had the same expression as him. The jade slips were obviously still of great use. For example, they could be used as a special item to open a certain place. Everyone knew that in their hearts, but they did not say it out loud. Their dissatisfaction from before slowly dissipated. The main hall fell silent for a moment. After a while, Jin Yan said, "Everyone, now that the treasure map has appeared, there must be a large number of trial takers heading there. I wonder when we should set off." "Of course, the earlier the better," Huasi said. "That's not necessarily true." Tu Luo said, "The ancient race has sent down a large number of blueprints, which means that the treasure trove should be huge. The bigger the treasure trove, the more dangerous it will be. There might be good things in the early stages as well. I think we should set off later. Of course, we can't be too late." 2 days later. Naturally, there would be seals and formations in the inheritance treasure trove. Sometimes, it would take days to decipher these things. It would not be a problem for them to set off 2 days later. Almost no one disagreed. Thus, the 7 of them decided to set off 2 days later. Although there were 7 of them, the sword ninja was obviously ignored because the real owner of the jade slips was Zichen. The sword ninja was regretting in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have fought back then no matter what. But now it was too late. The 7 of them left. The sword ninja did not speak much on the way. Zichen knew that the sword ninja was regretting his decision and sneered in his heart. When Zichen returned to his residence, he found that everyone was waiting for him. They were all waiting for Zichen. The moment Zichen entered, Lei Ming held the treasure map and asked, "Is this real?" Zichen nodded. "Yes, it's real." "Ah, how can this be? Since the treasure map has fallen from the sky, what's the use of the jade slips?" Everyone was puzzled. Zichen smiled mysteriously. "The treasure map is real, but the jade slips might not be useless." Everyone's eyes lit up. Lei Ming said, "Could it have special functions?" "Should be. Then when do we set off?" Lei Ming asked anxiously. Zichen looked at everyone. Finally, his gaze landed on Wu Yu and Yan Laosen. He said seriously, "This trip may be very dangerous. I don't recommend you to go." Wu Yu was stunned. His expression changed, and he said firmly, "My Wu family's backer was destroyed overnight because of the treasure map. I have no reason not to go. Even if I die, I have to go and take a look." Zichen's gaze landed on Yan Laosen. Yan Laosen said, "In this life, if I don't have a fortuitous encounter, I will die of old age in this world. Now that the opportunity is in front of me, I have to fight, even if I die. Since the two of them were determined to go, it was useless to try to persuade them any further. Moreover, it would only cause the two of them to have second thoughts. Ziqin stopped persuading them and said, "If you two want to go, then follow me." The two of them were naturally happy to follow a powerful Xiantian martial artist. They quickly nodded. On the same day in Tianjiao City, many challengers took the treasure map and left Tianjiao City. Outside of Heaven's Pride City, there were many challengers who had embarked on the path of treasure hunting. On that day, all the resources in the various markets were sold out. Battles broke out before the treasure was found. Many challengers had died along the way. A beautiful woman stood on a mountain peak. She held a treasure map in her hand as her beautiful eyes stared at the horizon in a daze. Beside the woman stood a tall, mutated beast. This mutated beast had the head of a dragon and the body of a tiger. It was ferocious and mighty, and was known as the Dragon Tiger Sovereign. Long Hu said he sensed your life force growing stronger. "Are you here already?" The woman murmured in a soft voice. The woman's gaze landed on the treasure map again. "If you are here, you will surely see the treasure map and go there." The woman's eyes flickered. She then turned to the Dragon Tiger Supreme and said, "Long Hu, come with me. If he comes to this world, he will surely come here." Long Hu uttered a roar and led the woman toward the treasure map. At the same time, in completely opposite directions, two equally stunning beauties were riding on the same flying divine tiger. "Sister, you said Ziqin has appeared. Is that true?" A woman in a blue outfit asked. "I'm not sure, but I can vaguely feel that we will encounter someone familiar." The other woman in a white outfit said, "Sister, what exactly is the ancient path you are on? Besides, why do I feel like there's something mysterious about you? It's strange, but I can't describe it." The woman in a white outfit let out a smile. "I can't say for sure. My Tao is an ethereal one. I can peek into the secrets of the heavens." "Secrets of the heavens? Doesn't that mean you can see the future?" The woman in a white outfit said mysteriously, "The secrets of the heavens don't represent the future." "What secrets of the heavens and the future?" "That's too mysterious. I just want to know if I can see Ziqin this time. If I do, I'm going to kick his butt. He always faked his death to make Mengyao worry." The flying tiger's voice was very loud. "You want to spank his butt? Be careful. He's a Tianqi warrior, a very powerful one." The woman in a blue outfit said, "Humph, Tianqi warrior. There are too many Tianqi warriors on this ancient path. It's not that Tianqi warriors aren't enough. I've killed more than one or two of them." The flying tiger said proudly, "Little tiger, you dare to call yourself Master Tiger in front of me? Are you itching for a beating?" The woman in a blue outfit pouted. "Oh, Xian Air, it's a mistake." The flying tiger quickly explained. Two people and a tiger followed the treasure map. In another direction, a bald monk in a kasaya was holding the treasure map in his hand. The monk was very excited about the treasure hunt, but he didn't have enough confidence. Suddenly, the monk saw a few cultivators in front of him. "Amitabha, benefactors, please wait." The monk turned into a ray of golden light and went forward. "Monk, there's a monk on this ancient path." They were surprised. Then one of them said, "Monk, what's the matter?" Chapter 868. At this moment, there were 4 people standing in front of the monk. "Monk, you know fortune-telling too?" One of them asked. "Monks don't lie." The monk's body was emitting a faint golden light. He looked like an enlightened monk, just that he was slightly younger. "You mean you can tell that we have a calamity recently?" This old monk is using the qi reading technique. "I can't be wrong," the monk said with a benevolent expression. "Then, I wonder if you can tell that you have a calamity recently?" Another person sneered. Just as the other person finished speaking, the 4 of them had already surrounded the monk with unfriendly expressions. "Benefactor, what do you mean by this? I'm here to save you. Why are you acting like this? The monk asked curiously. Calamity, calamity, ghosts, trash. Monk, it's your calamity to run into us. Brothers, let's show this monk who ran into calamity. Go. One of them gave the order, and the four of them attacked together. Then all kinds of lights flashed, and the sound of explosions rang out continuously. This sound continued for a total of 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, the various lights were withdrawn, and the sound also disappeared. The monk was still standing there with his palms together. With a benevolent expression, he chanted, Amit Ba, I've said that you will have a calamity. Now you should believe me. At this moment, the 4 of them had already fallen to the ground and were looking at the monk in horror. On their bodies, there were injuries caused by punches. One of them even had the corner of his mouth smashed and his eyes swollen. You are an evil monk. One of them pointed at the monk and said with a trembling voice. The monk's combat strength was really strong. In just 3 breaths, he had defeated 4 people. Benefactors, there is no need to be angry. You should know that wealth is the source of evil. You should let it go. The monk enlightened them while taking away their spirit rings. Then he forcefully broke the owner recognition and took away the resources inside. You. One of them was so angry that his fingers were trembling. Benefactor, you are thinking too much. As the saying goes, evil is born from resources, and calamity is caused by resources. Without resources, there will be no calamity. The monk had already taken away the resources in 3 spirit rings. Since the resources are the cause of the disaster, why did you take them away, you evil Baldy? Another person was furious. Buddha said, if I don't enter hell, who will? This old monk is willing to shoulder your troubles. As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda. The monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He had already taken away all their resources. Among the 4 of them, 2 of them couldn't stand the monk and directly vomited blood and fainted. The other 2 were also trembling. Benefactors, today's matter is old monk's duty. You don't need to thank me. We will meet again if fate wills it. The other 2 people also fainted completely after the monk finished speaking. In this treasure hunt, it was foreseeable that all the trial challengers of this world would come. It was fine if they didn't find anything good, but once they did, it would naturally be a battle to the death. At that time, he might even have to face all the Xiantian lords alone. Having sensed the danger in advance, Zichen entered the treasure pavilion for the 3rd time and found the old man directly. Little friend, you're here. When the old man saw Zichen, he was as happy and enthusiastic as ever. Don't be in a hurry to tell me why you're here. Let me guess. Your 3rd visit should be for the mysterious items, right? If it's not for the mysterious items, could it be for the junk outside? Zichen said indifferently. Hee, you're indeed here for the mysterious items. Why? Are you worried that this treasure hunt will be dangerous? Have you prepared the items? The old man looked at Zichen with a smile. Same old rules. 5 for 1 item, and give me another 40 items. Zichen said straightforwardly. No. The old man waved his hand and said, Little friend, you might be mistaken. The mysterious items I have here are all excellent items with great destructive power. If you want to exchange them with fruits of power, you'll need 10 fruits of power to exchange for 1 item. No bargaining. Zichen stared at the old man. 10. Why don't you rob me? I'm a businessman. I don't rob. So you're serious? You really want 10? The old man smiled. I'm an honest businessman. I never lie. 10 is 10. No bargaining. If you don't want it, please leave. You. Zichen was angry, but before he could finish, a Xiantian lord rushed to the old man and said, Hey, are you still exchanging? I've been waiting for half a day. The old man immediately turned and said, Exchange, of course, exchange. After saying that, the old man walked towards the other party. Before he left, he proudly said to Zichen, 10 pellets, it is 10 pellets. No bargaining. No bargaining my ass. You're so black-hearted. Who would want to exchange with you? Zichen said fiercely. Hey, you poor bastard. If you don't have the resources to exchange, why are you cursing others? Do you even know how to talk? The Xiantian lord who threatened to exchange said unhappily. Zichen ignored him. He coldly snorted and turned to leave. The old man's behavior made Zichen extremely angry. For a little bit of resources, he had lost his conscience. He was a big customer, an old customer. How could he be so heartless? After leaving the treasure pavilion, Zichen was extremely unwilling to give up. He went to the other shops to look around. There were some good things in these shops that were comparable to mystical items, but with the treasure map from the heavens, these things were ridiculously expensive. Moreover, the attitude of the shop owners was extremely tough, not allowing Zichen to bargain at all. All the trial takers had to go treasure hunting and were fully prepared. These things that could threaten Xiantian lords were naturally in high demand. They weren't afraid of not being able to sell them. Thus, Zichen, who had been shopping for a day, didn't get anything. He could only return resentfully. 2 days passed quickly. Everyone gathered once more. Compared to Zichen's group of 5, the other powers had sent many more people. Each of them had no less than 10 Xiantian experts. That was an extremely terrifying number. Just the direct family had that many Xiantian experts, and that wasn't even including the branch family disciples who had long since left. The 5 powers were truly worthy of being the ones in charge of the Martial Heaven Alliance. That kind of foundation made Zichen speechless. Other than the Xiantian experts, there were also many Hotian experts whose combat power was only slightly weaker than the Xiantian experts. Tian-level cultivators, the whole group, was surprisingly full of Tian-level cultivators, a group of Tian-level cultivators. But in this group of people, these Hotian-level cultivators were actually the weakest. Everyone greeted each other. Now that they had the complete treasure map, the sword sex people hadn't left yet. They were clearly still thinking about the use of the jade piece. Everyone set off. Along the way, Jianren said, "Brother Zichen, you didn't bring many people. How could I bring anyone? These are all my friends." Zichen joked, "Seeing so many of you, I'm already starting to regret traveling with you. Look at how many people you have, and we only have a few. We definitely won't be able to get any benefits from following you." Everyone laughed when they heard this. The group rushed out of the city in a grandiose manner. In addition to this group of people, there were even more trial takers leaving the city in groups of 3 to 5. This resulted in too many people leaving the city. The guards couldn't take care of them all, so they simply stopped checking the tokens. Adding on the sword sex group, there were 6 powers in total. They had over 200 Xiantian experts. This group naturally drew a lot of attention. On the way, there were fierce battles between trial takers over resources. There were also corpses with their yuan cores dug out on the ground. However, wherever Zichen's group passed, those fierce battles would stop. All the trial takers would intentionally avoid them. That was because there were dozens of Xiantian experts in this group. No one dared to provoke them. After the group left Heaven's Pride City, they began to speed up. The place the treasure map pointed to was very far from here. There was still a long way to go. At this moment, if one were in this world, they would definitely be able to see all the trial takers in this world appear from all directions, heading towards a black spot. And there were actually people in the sky above this world. If Zichen were here, he would definitely be able to recognize one of them. There were 2 old men standing in the sky above this world. One of them was the one who had given Zichen 10 times the contribution points. Using the treasure map to lure all the trial takers there, is this okay? Due to the rules, we can't show ourselves, and we have no other way, so we can only rely on these little guys. Those powers are really despicable. For their own selfish reasons, they dare to do such crazy things based on some guesses. Such inhumane methods really deserve to be killed. If they deserve to be killed, who will kill them? Sun, Moon, Star, Lei? Lei won't do. As for sun, moon, and star in the great battle back then, whether or not they left behind any inheritance is another matter. Just as the two were chatting, many trial takers entered the black spot. That was the place where the treasure was located, and also everyone's final goal. After a pause, the two old men spoke again. This is a huge gamble. Whether or not the cards are good is still a question, but whether or not they can be of great use is still uncertain. There are too many uncertain factors in this gamble. Our chances of winning are less than 10%. This is a bet. We should be glad that we have such a card in our hands. Even if there's only a 10% chance of winning, there's still a chance of winning. Just as the two old men were talking about the bet, the black spot below had already begun a chaotic battle. This was a real, chaotic battle. There were people fighting against people, and also people fighting against beasts. The beasts had suddenly rushed out after breaking a seal here. There were many of them. After these beasts appeared, they rushed towards the trial takers. The battle between the trial takers and the beasts also broke out in an instant. As for the battle between people, some of the trial takers were trying to take advantage of the situation and sneak attack the humans who were fighting against the beasts. One had to know that for every person killed, they would be able to obtain a Yuan Dan and a spirit ring. Perhaps there would be many resources in the spirit ring. Therefore, the chaotic battle broke out. Due to the fact that some of the trial takers were too smart, the death toll of the trial takers was already twice that of the beasts, and this number was still rapidly increasing. Chapter 869. The major powers had set off late and were still at the back. Therefore, the ones fighting each other at this moment were not small powers, but rogue cultivators. As more and more trial takers died, there were also some powerful rogue cultivators who took the initiative to kill the demonic beasts and then rushed in. Among them, the most obvious was a golden light. In the golden light was a monk who was rushing forward. Wherever the monk passed, the golden light would flash. All the demonic beasts that tried to attack the monk would be swept away after coming into contact with the golden light. The monk rushed forward in a straight line and soon entered. No demonic beasts could stop him. The monk's powerful charge attracted a strange light. A moment later, a roar shook the sky. "Scram! All of you scram for Grandpa Tiger!" A white tiger with wings appeared in everyone's sight. Without the tiger tail, the white tiger was more than 4 meters long and 2 meters tall. Its wings were like the wings of a heavenly horse. When it spread out, it was more than 8 meters long. A tyrannical aura surged around its body. The appearance of the white tiger in a straight line caused everyone to dodge and cry out in alarm. Everyone retreated, and the demonic beasts came forward to stop the white tiger. The white tiger was much more ruthless than the monk. Previously, the monk only sent the demonic beasts flying, but the white tiger killed them all. The white tiger immediately transformed into a beam of light and charged forward. Wherever it passed, it left behind a trail of corpses. Many people followed the white tiger and collected the corpses of the demonic beasts. In this world where energy could not recover on its own, a small piece of meat could sometimes save a life. Many trial takers fought for the dead demonic beasts. However, more people did not move because they were stunned by the two women on the white tiger's back. One was white and the other was green. The white-clothed woman had watery eyes and a mysterious aura around her. She was like a hazy fairy in a dream. The other woman had a free and easy posture and a pure smile on her face. She was like a blooming green lotus. In this world, they had actually encountered such beauties. Many people were momentarily dazed. The flying divine tiger flashed past them with the two peerless beauties, leaving behind a faint fragrance in the air. Many people couldn't help but deeply inhale as they watched the beauties leave. Just as the beauty's back was about to disappear from everyone's sight, a loud and clear roar of a dragon and a tiger came from afar. Accompanying this sound was a surge of pressure. This was the pressure of an innate superior being. It suppressed the soul. After this pressure came crashing down. The human trial challenger's expressions changed. Many monster beasts revealed panic and fear in their eyes. I hate this voice and I hate this aura. If I meet him, I will definitely kick his ass. This pressure that came from the soul caused the flying god tiger to be extremely irritated. It cursed and went straight into the depths. The flying divine tiger disappeared and the Longhu sovereign appeared. He soared into the sky, wreaking havoc with his oppressive might. As he took a step forward, ripples appeared in the space around him, shocking everyone. If the appearance of the flying divine tiger had caused the crowd to cry out in alarm, then the appearance of the Longhu sovereign had caused everyone to be shocked. Apart from being shocked, some trial takers who knew the identity of the Longhu sovereign were even more horrified. Longhu sovereign! Heavens! It's actually Longhu sovereign. Dragon head and tiger body. The legendary Longhu sovereign has actually appeared in this world. The moment Longhu sovereign appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. However, before they could take a closer look at him, they were attracted by the woman on his back. She was a peerless beauty. Her white robe fluttered in the air, as if she could ride the wind and fly away at any time. Beauty! It's another peerless beauty. Heavens! A beauty that can tame Longhu sovereign. What is her background? Cries of alarm came from below. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Longhu sovereign stepped into the sky and flew away. Compared to the other experts, Longhu sovereign's speed was much faster. He directly released the pressure of a supreme beast. The monster beast's eyes were filled with fear as they retreated, not daring to confront him. As for the human trial takers, their eyes were also filled with horror. They didn't encounter any decent resistance as the Longhu sovereign carried Wang Xian and advanced in a straight line. Tens of thousands of miles away, Zi Chen's group was slowly advancing. When they set off, there were more than 200 heaven realm cultivators in the group. As they went deeper, waves of trial takers left the group and rushed towards the treasure land. At this moment, there were only a dozen people left in the group, including the leader of the 5 Elements forces, the Sword Ninja, and Zi Chen's group. Brother Zi Chen, if you still don't let your people go, everything will be gone by the time we arrive, said the Sword Ninja. Zi Chen smiled. It's fine. It's just the beginning. Zi Chen's voice came to an abrupt halt, and his expression changed at this moment. At the same time, the sleeping barbaric dragon opened its eyes, and a ray of light flashed across its eyes. A resonant dragon roar resounded. The barbaric dragon's roar came without any warning, and it gave everyone a fright. Zi Chen and the barbaric dragon's expressions changed at the same time. Zi Chen felt a familiar soul power at this moment. It came from Longhu, and the barbaric dragon also felt the aura of a supreme beast. Let's go! Zi Chen shouted, and his figure instantly soared into the sky. After the barbaric dragon's roar, it emitted a resplendent green light and grew to over 10 meters in size. It looked like the legendary Azure Dragon, and everyone's expressions changed once more. But before they could ask anything, Zi Chen had already stepped onto the barbaric dragon and turned into a ray of green light that flew into the distance. He's gone. He's gone for no reason. Everyone looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase after him. Golden Flame said as he turned into a ray of golden light and chased after Zi Chen. At the same time, the others also reacted and flew in the direction Zi Chen had left. Lei Ming grabbed Yan Lao San, and Xia Xian also chased after him with Wu Yu. They chased for tens of thousands of miles. Tens of thousands of miles away, they saw Zi Chen flying in the sky. At this moment, Zi Chen was looking down. There were only human corpses below, and there was not a single beast corpse. After searching for nothing, Zi Chen released his spiritual sense. Zi Chen released his spiritual sense and sensed the remaining turbid aura in the air. After a while, Zi Chen's eyes lit up and he signaled the barbaric dragon to move forward. Several rays of light suddenly flashed and 6 people blocked in front of Zi Chen. Zi Chen, what are you doing? Why did you leave without saying a word? The 6 people blocked Zi Chen's path and questioned. Get out of my way, Zi Chen said coldly. He was very agitated. He released his spiritual sense and indeed sensed Longhu's aura. Since Longhu was here, it was very likely that Xian was here too. Zi Chen had to go in and find Longhu. Brother Zi Chen, what happened? Sword Ninja asked. The others were also confused, but they didn't ask much. I sensed a friend's aura, and I'm going to find him now, Zi Chen said coldly. This friend is very important to me, more important than treasure hunting. If anyone stops me, I'll fight them to the death. Their faces changed instantly. They looked at Zi Chen and then at the barbaric dragon. Their faces were filled with fear. In a situation where they didn't have the advantage in numbers, offending Zi Chen was extremely unwise. Brother Zi Chen, don't get too excited. Calm down and tell us slowly. Your friends are inside, so we'll definitely let you find them. Our goal is the same, but before that, you should wait for your other friends. Sword Ninja said. Zi Chen began to take deep breaths to calm himself down. After taking 6 deep breaths, Zi Chen looked calm on the surface, but his heart wasn't. Finally, 4 figures appeared in the sky. Xia Xian and Lei Ming had brought 2 people here. Although it was only a few breaths of time, Zi Chen felt that it had taken a long time. Let's go, we'll speed up. At this moment, other than the dead, they were the only ones left in this world. They were the latest to arrive, and as they went deeper, the light changed. It was as if they had entered another world. This world was large enough that even with so many trial takers, it didn't feel crowded. Moreover, as soon as they entered, they heard the sound of fighting from the horizon. They heard the angry roars of people fighting over things. As soon as they appeared, before they could carefully look around, a trial taker walked up to Golden Flame and prepared to tell him the situation. Speak loudly, there are no outsiders here. Golden Flame said indifferently. Yes, young master. The trial taker bowed respectfully, then said, This is an underground world, and there are layers that lead to the bottom. Currently, we don't know how many layers there are, but on the first layer, some people have found Hotian techniques, spirit herbs, ancient medicines, and spirit pools. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became interesting. If these things were found on the first layer, then what would happen on the next layer? Although the spirit pools couldn't compare to the elemental pools, there were definitely good things that could replenish elemental energy. Currently, many Xiantian martial artists have successfully reached the 6th layer. It's said that they found Xiantian techniques and are fighting over them. Xiantian techniques with a fusion of Hotian and Xiantian techniques. For example, Zi Chen's 9 lightning deaths had Xiantian techniques on the 6th layer. Everyone's expressions changed immediately. Let's go take a look. After hearing this, the trial takers' faces were already filled with anxiety, and they rushed to the next layer's passageway. They didn't know whether the jade pieces were useful or not, but Xiantian techniques were good things that everyone coveted and didn't want to miss out on. The 6 of them left in the blink of an eye, and even the messenger had left. Only Zi Chen's group of 5 remained. Zi Chen, are we going? Lei Ming asked. Zi Chen shook his head and said, I'm looking for someone. You guys go, but be careful. You be careful too. They all nodded and chased after Jin Yan and the others. While everyone was busy fighting over Zi Chen and Torvosaurus were searching for Longhu's traces in the underground world. Zi Chen released his spiritual senses. He was very fast because he didn't want to miss anything. Chapter 870. Fierce battles were taking place everywhere in the underground world, but they didn't seem to have much to do with Zi Chen. He stepped on the dragon and searched around the world. At the same time, he let the dragon sense the aura left behind by the supreme beast. The combination of a man and a dragon was extremely shocking. It was also the reason why no one dared to fight them halfway through. Occasionally, there would be some arrogant existences that would be mercilessly killed by Zi Chen. Zi Chen was in a bad mood because he couldn't find his friends. Once Zichen was in a bad mood, his benevolence would disappear. He wouldn't be in the mood to teach the other party a lesson. Just like that, Zichen searched floor by floor, not missing a single spot. At this moment, Longhu had already reached the 6th level of this world. When he reached the 6th level, Longhu first noticed an ancient tree. There was a huge fiery red bird on it. It was extremely majestic. At the same time, Wang Xian also saw a golden light beside the bird. This light was extremely similar to the legendary inheritance light. Thus, she joined forces with Longhu and killed the bird. After the bird was killed, the inheritance light was in her hands. Wang Xian was shocked to discover that it was an inheritance technique that fused the heaven and earth. But before she could comprehend it, she was blocked by the challengers who came after her. Among these challengers, there was no lack of Xiantian realm cultivators. Everyone was extremely afraid of Longhu sovereign, but the inheritance of a Xiantian realm technique was too important. Hand over the technique inheritance. Hand it over and we can let you go. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today. All kinds of voices rang out the moment the challengers arrived. Wang Xian naturally wouldn't hand it over, since when had Longhu's sovereign ever been threatened? Thus, a battle broke out between the two parties without even exchanging a few words. In fact, this was just a test by a group of Xiantian realm cultivators. They didn't expect the other party to have such an intense reaction. This made them even more certain that the other party had obtained a Xiantian realm technique. In the eyes of these challengers, the combat strength of this peerless beauty should be negligible. They just had to focus on defending against Longhu's sovereign's attacks. But after the fierce battle, they found that although this beautiful woman was a Hotian warrior, her battle strength was not weaker than a Xiantian warrior. His opponent had a human-level sword of light in his hand. As his ultimate Yuan force surged, the sword light was extremely sharp. Moreover, within the sword light there was a strong will. This kind of will was called sword intent in the sword sect. As the battle broke out, Wang Xian, Ai's expression turned cold and indifferent. The sword of light in her hand struck out repeatedly. Wherever the sword light passed, the Xiantian realm martial artists would be forced to retreat, and the Hotian realm martial artists would be severely injured. If they were unlucky, they might even die. Roar! Longhu was also roaring furiously as a powerful force surged around him. Every time he attacked, one or more trial takers would be sent flying. However, more and more trial takers heard about the discovery of Xiantian techniques. As the news spread, it spread like wildfire. By the time it reached the ears of others, there was already a beautiful woman who had discovered several Xiantian techniques. For a moment, everyone in the world moved, flying towards the battlefield. What Xiantian techniques? Several. Hearing this, the bald monk's eyes lit up. Although I can't use it now, my Buddhist energy will soon be filled to the level of Xiantian Buddhist energy. This Xiantian technique was prepared for me. Thus, the monk turned into a ray of golden light and flew towards the battlefield. At the same time, the flying divine tiger also flew over after hearing the news. He saw both sides of the battle. It's that guy. Let's go. I'm going to kick his ass. Seeing Longhu, the flying divine tiger was stunned. The uncomfortable feeling in his heart appeared again, so he shouted loudly. Wherever he passed, all the trial takers who tried to block his way would be sent flying. But soon, the flying divine tiger saw the woman beside Longhu. What a beautiful human woman. I didn't expect to see such a beauty here. She's not inferior to our Shui, and Mengyao. The flying divine tiger, who was about to charge forward, stopped. What do you mean by not inferior to my sister and me? She's much worse. Lin Shui pouted and said unhappily. Looking at Wang Xian, Su Mengyao frowned slightly. Her face was very familiar. Lin Shui was very unhappy. Previously, she was unhappy that the white tiger said that Wang Xian was as beautiful as her. But now, She was unhappy that these men ganged up on a weak woman. Although Wang Xian wasn't weak, Lin Shui thought that she was very weak when she was alone. Little tiger, these people are too hateful. They even want to deal with such a beautiful, no, ugly woman. Shouldn't we go help her? Lin Shui asked. The divine flying tiger's tiger eyes swept around, and all he saw was a dense crowd of trial challengers. In the distance, there were even more people flying over. Although I hate such despicable actions and want to tear them apart, I have to admit that I'm weak. I can't fight everyone. The flying divine tiger said without confidence. Little tiger, you've disappointed me. Lin Shui said angrily. Then she looked at Su Mengyao and said, Sister, why don't we help her? Su Mengyao frowned slightly. Light flashed in her eyes as if she was trying to deduce something. But that familiar feeling lingered in her heart, and she couldn't deduce it accurately. After a pause, Su Mengyao said, We have to save her, but we have to think of a foolproof plan. Otherwise, we'll just be throwing our lives away. Lin Shui didn't know Wang Xian, but Su Mengyao had met Wang Xian, once. She didn't recognize her at first, but she soon remembered. When she first met Wang Xian, it was when Zi Chun was killing people at the decapitating Qin stage. Sister, you have to think of a solution quickly. Otherwise, she'll die. Lin Shui said anxiously. Mengyao, do you really want to save her? The flying divine tiger asked. She's Wang Xian. We have to save her. But we don't have to risk our lives. We just have to persuade her to give up the inborn techniques. After all, with just the few of us, we can't protect these things. Su Mengyao said, What, Wang Xian? She's Wang Xian. Lin Shui and the flying divine tiger exclaimed. Su Mengyao nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and help. She must know where Zi Chun is. Lin Shui urged. But before the two of them could go forward, a loud roar came from the horizon. Get lost. All of you get lost. This inborn technique belongs to me. Whoever dares to fight with me, I'll take his life. The monk turned into a golden light and flew over from the horizon. His arrogant attitude made most of the experts frown, especially when they saw that the monk was an acquired warrior. Many of the trial challengers looked at him with hostility. Immediately, more than a dozen people charged towards the monk. The monk opened his mouth, and the first word of the 6 runes Sanskrit mantra appeared. Golden light spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, many of the cultivators were shaken. Some spat out blood, while some fell and lost their combat power for a short period of time. 6 runes Sanskrit mantra. Seeing the monks move, many people's expressions changed drastically. They quickly dodged. Soon, a path to the battlefield appeared in the sky. It's him, evil good monk. Evil good monk. Su Mengyao and Lin Shui had seen evil good monk in the savage land. When they first met him, he was fighting with Zi Qin and was tricked by Zi Qin. He then escaped using the Sanskrit mantra. Su Mengyao had only seen him once, but Lin Shui had seen him many times. Back then, Lin Shui was at the Lu family, where the monk and the other monsters were also. Get lost. Anyone who dares to stand in my way shall die. The inborn technique belongs to me. The monk yelled continuously in front of everyone. He had completely lost the benevolence and solemnity of Buddhism and flew towards the battlefield like a scoundrel. He's a weird monk, but he'll die if he dares to lay his hands on the inborn technique. In the distance, many inborn realm martial artists who had yet to take action had cold looks in their eyes, including Jin Yan and the others who had just arrived. When the monk arrived at the battlefield, he immediately saw Long Hu and Wang Xian beside him. Long Hu, Wang Xian, it's you guys. The monk was shocked to see them. Bald monk, why aren't you helping? Long Hu roared. Damn it. The monk cursed in the air. Then he turned into a ray of golden light and dashed towards the battlefield. Wherever he passed, The golden light rippled and pushed back wave after wave of experts. The monk, who was originally here to snatch the inborn technique, joined the battle without any hesitation after realizing that both parties were acquaintances. Although they had a helper, they were defeated quickly because there were too many enemies. Furthermore, there were many inborn realm martial artists who were watching and did not participate in the battle. Otherwise, the three of them would have been killed long ago. However, the three of them were going to die sooner or later. Therefore, many forces had already gathered and were waiting for the three of them to die so that they could snatch the technique. But at this moment, another deafening tiger roar was heard. The flying divine tiger spread his wings, and a violent aura spread out from him. He carried Su Mengyao and Lin Shui and charged into the battlefield resolutely. The two of them had heard the monk shout and were certain of Wang Xian's identity. Since Wang Xian was Zi Chen's confidant, the two of them naturally had to save her. In the blink of an eye, there were two more people on the battlefield. Including the flying divine tiger, there were three of them. Moreover, the two of them were stunning beauties. This made many people's jaws drop. Oh my, there are three beauties. Oh my God, the three beauties are together. In the distance, everyone's eyes were wide open. The three beauties together gave people too much shock. The three beauties are together. But if all of them are captured, wouldn't that mean there were definitely many challengers who had such thoughts? Even the leader of the 5 elements families was moved after seeing the three beauties. The 5 of them and the sword ninja looked at each other and saw the hostility in each other's eyes. Although they did not say it explicitly, their intentions were clear. Even the inborn technique would be theirs. Kill! Kill! In an instant, all kinds of shouts were heard. More inborn realm martial artists moved. They turned into rays of light and charged towards the three beauties on the battlefield. Chapter 871. The sudden appearance of the flying divine tiger startled the monk and Wang Xian. They thought that the other party was here to snatch the Xiantian techniques and were on high alert. They did not expect the other party to come to their aid and stop them. Soon after, Wang Xian saw Su Mengyao on the back of the flying divine tiger and recognized her at first glance. Su Mengyao's temperament was very delicate and delicate. Her eyes were like water, and she didn't look like a cultivator who had great power. After so many years, she hadn't changed at all. Sister Mengyao. Wang Xian greeted Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao nodded and jumped down from the back of the flying divine tiger. The monk also recognized Lin Shui and was surprised. Haha, I'm here to help you guys. The flying divine tiger laughed. At the same time, its tiger claws flashed and attacked continuously. The team of 1 human and 1 beast suddenly became 4 humans and 2 beasts. With the team bigger, their combat power naturally increased. However, there were too many enemies. The appearance of Su Mengyao and Lin Shui could only hold them off for a while. There were too many challengers, and it was difficult for them to defend. Naturally, there was no time to catch up. Su Mengyao immediately said, Sister Xian, we can't defend against the Xiantian techniques. Let's give up. As she spoke, Su Mengyao waved her hand and unleashed an attack. An illusory light appeared before her eyes. Wherever the illusory light passed, several attacks were shattered. At the same time, the light swept up several trial takers and flew into the distance. Among the challengers who were swept away, there was a Xiantian martial artist. Lin Shui's body was emitting green light. Her attacks were sharp and vicious. When she fought, she did not look like a green lotus at all. Instead, she looked like a little chili pepper. No, we can't give up. Before Wang Xian could respond, the greedy monk immediately said, This is an Xiantian technique and there are multiple types. We can't give it away. Let's fight our way out and kill our way to the exit. Multiple types? It's just a fusion technique. Wang Xian was speechless. Hold on a little longer. I sensed Zi Chen's aura just now. He must be nearby. Long Hu transmitted his voice. Speaking of Zi Chen, Everyone's spirits were lifted. However, they had to face a question. Even if Zichen was here, could he fight against all the cultivators by himself? This question could no longer be answered because the onlookers launched an attack after Su Mingyao and Shuai Lin joined the battle. They rushed towards the few of them. Their eyes were bloodshot and their faces were filled with greed. It was unknown whether they were greedy for the innate stage technique or something else. Among the group of people, it seemed that everyone was useful. Needless to say, the three beauties, even Longhu and Xinhu, were the best choices to be used as mounts. As for the only useless monk, he could completely use him as trash and let him chant scriptures all day long. As soon as the Xiantian Lord made a move, the other Xiantian Lords were obviously no match for him. Under the surging aura of this Xiantian Lord, a look of fear appeared on everyone's faces as they began to dodge. Once the numerous Xiantian Lords stepped forward, the 6 of them would be killed without any suspense. Danger was right in front of them. Suddenly, another loud and clear dragon roar resounded through the world. After the first dragon's roar, another dragon's roar rang out. The dragon's roar didn't stop, and it was loud and clear. After the dragon's roar, another ear-piercing sound rang out. A ray of silver light flew over from the distance, like an arrow released from a bow, flying towards a Xiantian martial artist who had leapt high into the air. The silver light carried a destructive aura. The Xiantian Lord's expression changed instantly as he let out a loud cry, wanting to block it. Suddenly, 2 different types of energy flew out from the silver light. These 2 types of energy were completely opposite. After appearing from the silver light, they rushed towards the Xiantian Lord at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The 2 types of energy exploded in front of the Xiantian Lord with a loud bang. The Xiantian Lord's defense was broken in one blow. The destructive energy was still raging. The Xiantian Lord's expression changed drastically. His Xiantian Lord surged with Xiantian Yuan Qi as he retreated. Exclamations sounded from the crowd. The silver light that followed directly rushed into the turbulent energy and hit the Xiantian Lord's chest. Puff! The silver light turned into a silver dragon spear, piercing through the Xiantian Lord's chest. After piercing through the Xiantian Lord's chest, the dragon spear did not stop there. It carried the Xiantian Lord along with it and flew several hundred meters before hitting an ancient tree. The Xiantian Lord was nailed to the tree by the dragon spear. The body of the spear trembled, emitting a buzzing sound. His face was filled with horror, and the light in his eyes dimmed. A Xiantian Lord was pierced through by a single spear and died. Such a scene shocked the entire crowd. The Xiantian Lord, who was filled with killing intent and greed a moment ago, retracted his attack after the Xiantian Lord's death and turned around to look. In the air, Zichen arrived on the azure dragon. His black robe fluttered without wind, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. While the crowd was still in shock at Zichen's appearance, the dragon soul spear that nailed the Xiantian Lord to death began to tremble. Then it left the ancient tree and returned to Zichen's hand. Zichen held the dragon spear and stood on the azure dragon, looking down from the sky. Everyone's hearts fiercely twitched. Many people recognized Zichen at a glance. This was the person who had slaughtered Xiantian Lords in the past. Today he had actually killed a Xiantian Lord in one strike. Su Mingyao and Lin Shuai saw Zichen at a glance. They had waited for Zichen for 100 years. They firmly believed that Zichen hadn't died. Sure enough, Zichen was still alive. After 100 years, a more mature Zichen appeared in front of them. Tears involuntarily flowed out of their eyes as the 2 cried tears of joy. So that's Zichen. I didn't expect that after 100 years, he would have grown to such a level. Killing a Xiantian Lord in one strike means that he has transformed into a Xiantian Lord. What's that? An azure dragon? Flying God Tiger muttered. He had previously threatened to kick Zichen's butt, But now that Zichen had appeared, he didn't dare to mention it again. Zichen, who was in the air, suddenly jumped down and landed in front of them. His previously cold face was now filled with joy and excitement. He stared at Su Mengyao and Lin Shui in a daze, so excited that he couldn't say a word. The two were also so excited that they couldn't speak. After 100 years, their hearts were still the same. Then, the two of them simultaneously pounced on Zichen. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. Having one of these beauties was enough to make them happy and flaunt, but now, both of them were pouncing on the same person. Everyone's jealousy was like a torrential river, endless and unending. I really couldn't tell that this Zichen was such a romantic person, Golden Flame said in the distance. Not necessarily. Maybe she's his sister, was C said. It wasn't hard to hear the different meaning in their words. In the outside world, they could have any kind of beauty they wanted. Naturally, they would be romantic figures with countless women. But on the ancient road, where resources were extremely scarce, it was almost unrealistic to find such beauties. The key was that not only were they beautiful, but they also had the strength to match their looks. They weren't just pure flower vases. Although it was obvious that the relationship between the three of them was ordinary, everyone was still willing to believe that the two of them were Zichen's sisters. Of course, it would be best if they were biological sisters. What an inhumane fellow. He didn't even greet his brothers when he saw them. He only knows how to hug women. Monk was also very dissatisfied. The two of them were crying tears of joy. Zichen's eyes were also filled with excitement. Beside him, Wang Xian stood there, but there was a trace of sadness in the depths of her bright eyes. After all, Zichen knew the two of them first and met her later. After a long time, Zichen let go of the two of them and walked towards Wang Xian. Under the stunned expressions of everyone, the two of them gave each other a deep hug. Zichen hugged Wang Xian tightly, and Wang Xian also hugged Zichen. Her eyes were full of happiness. Wang Xian really hoped that time would stop at this moment. The surrounding people were dumbfounded and petrified. What's going on? Which one is the younger sister? But there is no younger sister here. The three of them sharing a husband was their ultimate dream. They didn't expect that someone would beat them to it, but it was an outsider. In their eyes, it was an extremely ugly outsider. After letting go of Wang Xian, Zichen looked at Monk. The two of them gave each other a brotherly hug and laughed. Congratulations on coming back alive. The two of them spoke almost at the same time and then laughed. Thinking back to when the three of them stepped on the ancient road to the strongest, they didn't dare to think that they would meet again. Now, they had seen almost everyone they wanted to see, except for the demon ape. But the demon ape didn't appear. This made them happy to see Monk, but also worried about the demon ape. After that, Zichen patted Longhu's head, and the latter rubbed against Zichen intimately. The crowd still didn't do anything. They looked at this ugly man and greeted the things that they were jealous of. What was more unacceptable was that this ugly man had a dragon with him, an azure dragon. This is the flying tiger, right? I saw it once in the ruins. When I went to the floating mist sect, I heard that you left with it. Not bad. This little guy has grown so big. Zichen patted the flying tiger's head. Facing Zichen, the flying tiger felt suffocated and didn't dare to struggle. But when he saw Lin Shui, who was smiling secretly, he didn't want to lose face. He said loudly, "I'm the flying tiger, not the flying tiger. Zichen, in my eyes, you're the baby. Little guy, don't forget that when I was trying to break through to the inner core realm, you were just a small Xiantian realm cultivator." Zichen smiled and pulled a tiger skin on the flying tiger's face. "So what? Now you're just a little guy in my eyes, a cute little guy." The flying tiger was furious, but he couldn't refute. It seemed to be the truth. After meeting the crowd, Zichen waved at the Torvosaurus. "Torvosaurus, come down. Let me introduce you to some friends." The green light around the Torvosaurus disappeared. It shrank to 2 meters long and descended from the sky. In the surroundings, the people who had just been intimidated were completely enraged because Zi Chen's actions clearly showed that he didn't put them in his eyes. He had just met his friends and hugged them in front of them to provoke them. Now, he was introducing them to his friends without any awareness of the danger of being surrounded. Hey, can you have some professional ethics? We're robbing now. Hand over the things, and I'll spare your life. Finally, an expert couldn't stand the provocation and shouted at Zichen. Chapter 872. The person said what was on everyone's mind, but Zichen's response was also very fast. The dragon's soul spear turned into a silver light and sped towards the person. Zichen's sudden attack caused the person's expression to change drastically. He shouted and smashed his pill weapon towards the dragon soul spear. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and a clanging sound rang out. This trial challenger had blocked Zichen's attack, but before he could reveal a smug smile, 2 streams of Xiantian Yuan Qi rushed out from the long spear. The 2 strands of Yuan energy collided with each other as soon as they appeared. Boom! With a loud sound, the 2 strands of Yuan energy exploded, turning into a destructive energy. The challenger was instantly swept away by the destructive energy, while the other challengers around him fled in panic. A miserable shriek sounded from the destructive energy. It was mournful, sharp, and ear-piercing. The shriek lasted for 3 breaths, and then it disappeared along with the destructive energy. After the energy disappeared, what was left was an incomplete corpse. Zichen's move caused everyone's expression to change again. The dragon's soul spear turned into a silver light and flew back, falling into Zichen's hand and disappearing in the next moment. During this time, Zichen didn't look back, nor did he pay attention to the dead person. He just signaled Torvosaurus to come closer, and then introduced him to everyone. This is Torvosaurus. I found him on the ancient road. Come, Torvosaurus, say hello to everyone. After that, Zichen introduced him one by one. I know you guys, Zichen told me before. Torvosaurus transmitted his voice. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Zichen's battle strength was too strong. Groups of 3 to 5 didn't dare to fight against him. As for those forces, they didn't dare to move at all, because Zichen's group could be compared to a force. At this moment, no one wanted to be the vanguard. What should we do now? On the side of the 5 elements, no one knew what to do. Everyone looked at Golden Flame. Golden Flame stared at Zichen. After a while, he looked away and said, "Let's join forces and kill him." This was what everyone was thinking. Today, Zichen was enough to make them jealous. But killing Zichen was something they could only think about. If they couldn't kill him, it would bring a lot of trouble to their own forces. Furthermore, Zichen possessed extreme speed. If he insisted on running away, no one would be able to stop him. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill him. If he escapes, the 6 jade pieces won't be able to merge, Tu Luo said. If you don't kill him, you'll be giving up on this Xiantian level technique, Golden Flame said. We've only just reached the 6th level. There must be more good stuff below. It's not wise for us to snatch it here, Mulong from the Mu clan said. In fact, during this period of time, many experts had already left this place in search of the entrance to the 7th level. There were also some who flew into the distance in search of other techniques. Most of those who stayed here were experts from other forces who had nothing to do. They would take advantage of any opportunity they could get. But there were also some who were truly greedy. Since no one agreed to attack Zichen, it was meaningless to continue staying here. The members of the 5 elements left one after another. Since the most powerful 5 elements had left, the other forces naturally followed. Even the 5 elements didn't dare to provoke Zichen, let alone the others. Soon, there were no more forces left. The remaining people were all rogue cultivators in groups of 3 to 5. Among these rogue cultivators, the number of Xiantian realm experts was extremely limited. They couldn't pose a threat to Zichen's group. Qin directly ignored them. He hadn't seen Su Mengyao and the others for many years, so they had endless things to talk about. The three women naturally asked about Qin's well-being and how he had been all these years. Monk was different. He first asked about Qin's strength. Not bad. You actually transformed into a Xiantian realm expert, but it's a pity that your realm is still too low. Both Monk and Wang Xian were in the late primal core realm. Among the group, except for Qin and Su Mengyao, who were in the middle primal core realm, the rest, including Longhu and Xinhu, were in the late primal core realm. Speaking of realms, Qin suddenly remembered that he still had a lot of thunder liquid essence in his spiritual ring. He quickly said, "I have something that is very suitable for you." "What is it?" Monk's eyes lit up as he asked. "Thunder liquid essence can change elemental energy and allow it to transform." Monk exclaimed, "Thunder liquid essence. It's actually thunder liquid essence. That's an extremely magical thing. It can indeed change your origin energy, but 1 or 2 drops are useless. How much do you have?" Qin said confidently, "Don't worry. It's enough for all of you to break through and transform." The 6th level was huge. Wang Xian wasn't the only one who discovered the Xiantian realm technique. In other places, there were also chaotic battles because of the Xiantian realm technique. After finding a safer place with fewer cultivators, Qin took out the thunder liquid essence. "Refine the thunder liquid essence first and let your origin energy transform." As he spoke, Qin took out a few drops of thunder liquid essence and gave 1 to each of them. "Why are you only giving us 1 drop?" Wang Xian and the rest didn't say anything after receiving the thunder liquid essence. However, Monk was extremely dissatisfied. Qin said with a black face, "Give us another drop after refining 1 drop." As a supreme beast, Longhu had no use for the thunder liquid essence. On the other hand, the flying divine tiger coveted it and asked Qin for a drop. However, the thunder liquid essence's effect on the flying divine tiger was limited. Monk took the thunder liquid essence and started refining it. He didn't want to waste any time. However, the other 3 didn't refine it immediately. Instead, they looked at Qin and seemed to have a lot to say. However, it was impossible for the 3 of them not to refine it. Hence, Lin Shui and Wang Xian started refining the thunder liquid essence, leaving Qin and Su Mengyao alone. "How have you been these years?" Qin and Su Mengyao sat together. The latter leaned against Qin and rested her head on Qin's shoulder. "With little Tiger accompanying me, everything has been good. How about you?" Just as Qin was enjoying his time with Su Mengyao, many cultivators gathered at the passage from the 6th floor to the 7th floor. Just like the previous floors, there was a restriction at the entrance of the passage. Previously, no one paid attention to it. However, after a few Sky Realm cultivators died while trying to break the restriction, they finally paid attention to it. Furthermore, they realized that the restriction to the 7th floor was too strong. They couldn't break it in a short period of time. Since they couldn't break the strong restriction, many independent cultivators lost interest and continued to search the 6th floor. As for breaking the restriction, they could only leave it to the major forces. The 5 elements forces were the strongest among the various forces. Hence, they gathered people and started to break the restriction. However, once the restriction was broken, they would be the first to enter. The whole world seemed to have nothing to do with Qin. He kept accompanying Su Mengyao and the others. Wang Xian and Lin Shui were refining the thunder liquid essence. Longhu and Flying Tiger were refining the fruit of power. The thunder liquid essence was useless to them, but the fruit of power was very useful to them. Time passed. After Monk refined the 5th drop of thunder liquid essence, the passage to the 7th floor was finally opened by the joint forces of the various forces. As the passage to the 7th floor opened, a surge of energy came out from it. Terrifying beast roars could be heard clearly. The experts of the various forces rushed in. It took more than 10 days to break the restriction on the 7th floor. They had already found Xiantian realm techniques on the 6th floor. Naturally, there would be some on the 7th floor as well. As soon as they entered, everyone gained something. Hence, a battle broke out again. Other than fighting with powerful demonic beasts, there were also fights between the cultivators. The number of cultivators on the 6th floor was decreasing rapidly. More people entered the 7th floor. However, there were also some cultivators who knew that they were weak, so they stayed on the 6th floor to try their luck. After refining the 6th drop of thunder liquid essence, Monk's elemental energy finally changed. His originally pure Buddhist power increased by a level with the help of the thunder liquid essence. Haha, Xiantian Buddhist power. I've finally become a Xiantian warrior. Monk was extremely excited after his elemental energy broke through. This was a qualitative change. Monk's combat strength had increased by dozens of times. Monk used to have the strength to fight with Ziqin. Now that he had transformed into a Xiantian warrior, Monk's confidence was bursting. He wanted to spar with Ziqin. There were many Xiantian realm warriors in this place, and there were even more enemies everywhere. Naturally, Ziqin had no interest in fighting with Tyrant. However, after Ziqin took out the fruit of power, Tyrant's eyes lit up again, and he immediately forgot about the matter of exchanging pointers. Ziqin had imparted the perfect body to Monk in the past. After Monk swallowed the fruit of power, the perfect body combined with the Buddhist body-tempering divine power improved significantly. Ziqin had many resources on him. When everyone refined them, their improvements were also very obvious. Ziqin's ultimate goal was to transform everyone into Xiantian warriors. More than 10 days after the 7th floor was opened, Wang Xian, and Lin Shui also broke through. Each of them consumed dozens of drops of elemental liquid and finally reached the Xiantian realm, becoming Xiantian warriors. However, before the two of them broke through, Su Mengyao had already broken through. Over the past few days, Su Mengyao rarely refined the thunder liquid essence. She spent most of her time chatting with Ziqin. However, her improvement surprised Ziqin. After Wang Xian, and Lin Shui entered the Xiantian realm, they used a day to familiarize themselves with their elemental energy. After that, they began to refine the fruit of power. Wang Xian also knew the perfect body technique, so there was no need to deliberately impart it to her. Lin Shui didn't know, so Ziqin imparted it to her. Although their perfect body couldn't be compared to Ziqin's, it was far stronger than other physiques. After their physical strength was suppressed to the extreme by the fruit of power, the strength produced was also Xiantian force. However, compared to Ziqin, this Xiantian force was slightly weaker. Everyone's strength and battle prowess were changing every day. They were improving every day. As the fruits of power disappeared one by one, Monk's strength was the first to reach a bottleneck. After more than a month, Monk had transformed from a Xiantian Hotian warrior to a dual Xiantian warrior. He had 2 types of Xiantian forces. Soon, Su Mengyao and the rest also broke through. Compared to a month ago, their combat strength had increased tremendously. Each of them had 2 types of Xiantian forces. Chapter 873. Everyone's physical strength had greatly increased, so they naturally couldn't leave immediately. This situation was similar to Ziqin's situation. They needed to carefully sense their strength and understand how to use it. Although girls had a strong adaptability to strength, they still needed time to get used to it. While everyone was adapting to their new strength, Ziqin wasn't idling around either. He was comprehending the heaven's splitter spear art. If he found a treasure here, it was very likely that he would be attacked by all the Xiantian masters. Therefore, every bit of strength he had was better than nothing. The heaven's splitter spear art only had 8 forms. Only when all 8 forms were mastered and integrated would it have the power to split the heavens. If not, then the heaven splitter spear art would only be a slightly stronger Xiantian spear technique. In his knowledge, See, the spear's shadows flashed. Zichen had completely memorized the first form. Although he had memorized the first form, the second form had yet to appear. Obviously, he would have to wait until he comprehended the first form. Just memorizing the first form took Zichen more than 10 days. After more than a month, almost all the resources and inheritances on the 7th floor had been swept clean. Except for a few places where there were still battles, everyone else had gathered at the entrance to the 8th floor. Numerous Xiantian masters were jointly attacking the restrictions. This was a strange restriction with a repulsive force. Every time they struck out, there would be a repulsive force of the same magnitude. Encountering this repulsive force, the best-case scenario was being injured, while the worst-case scenario was dying. Not only that, but this kind of rebounding force was not one-to-one. Whoever struck out would be the one to suffer the rebounding force. Perhaps the strongest strike of a Xiantian realm martial artist would be reflected back onto a Hotian realm martial artist. This was equivalent to the Hotian realm martial artist withstanding a Xiantian realm martial artist strike, and would most likely die. As the number of dead Hotian masters increased, everyone learned to be smart. The Hotian masters all retreated, leaving the Xiantian masters to attack. The Xiantian masters were very strong, and every strike they struck out was extremely powerful. However, some Xiantian masters couldn't hold on for long and retreated. This was because the repulsive force was too strong. Without any preparation, it was very difficult to resist. Therefore, those who weren't strong enough and couldn't withstand the repulsive force for a long time also quickly retreated. The remaining ones were the stronger ones. Sweeping through the 7th floor had taken more than a month, but breaking the restriction took another half a month. The restriction was too special. Even after half a month, it still hadn't been broken. Although everyone was anxious, there was nothing they could do. Such a long period of time was enough for Tyrant and the others to achieve a double breakthrough and barely control the strength in their bodies. After nearly 2 months, the items on the 6th level had already been completely plundered. The group did not stay here for long and headed straight for the 7th level. After reaching the 7th floor, he rushed to the entrance of the 8th floor. Zichen was accompanied by beautiful women and riding on exotic beasts. He attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. Zichen's group had disappeared for 2 months. This time they had officially reappeared. Su Mengyao and the other 2 beauties were the most eye-catching, followed by the 3 strange beasts, and finally Zichen. Even the weird bald monk was more eye-catching than Zichen. The moment Zichen appeared, several people flew towards him. They were Lei Ming, Xia Xian, and the other 2, Zichen. The 4 of them had obviously heard that Zichen had killed a Xiantian expert. The moment they appeared, they looked at Zichen with strange expressions. Moreover, when they saw the beauties and exotic beasts beside him, they were secretly amazed. "What's the situation now?" Zichen asked. "The restriction on the 8th floor is too strong. It has a repulsive force. No matter if it's a long-range attack or a close-range attack, there will be a repulsive force. More than 10 people have died, and several Xiantian experts have also suffered heavy injuries. Now, there are less than 20 Xiantian experts who dare to break the restriction. The 5 forces have yet to make a move and are only observing." Lei Ming quickly said, "Repulsive force." Zichen frowned and looked into the distance. There was a huge restriction there, and more than 10 Xiantian experts were trying their best to break it. However, every time they attacked, there would be a strong repulsive force that pushed back several people. The restriction is indeed strange. Let's go and take a look. Zichen and the others stepped forward. Wherever they passed, the others would make way for them. Zichen walked towards the restriction. There, the leaders of the 5 forces were also there. When Zichen appeared, the 5 of them greeted him. Even the sword ninja nodded from afar. "I'll go take a look at the restriction." After nodding, Zichen walked towards the restriction in front of him. During this time, no one tried to stop him. Zi-Chin had once killed a Xiantian realm cultivator with a single strike. Everyone knew that Zi-Chen's battle prowess was strong, so no one dared to provoke him. Zi-Chen walked in front of the restriction and released his yuan qi to sense it. It's useless. We've already tried this method, a Xiantian expert at the side said. In this half a month, they had used almost all the methods they could think of, but it was useless. There were only two ways to break the restriction. One was to break it with a single strike, and the other was to slowly wear it down. The first method obviously would not work. As for the second method, it was feasible, but it would take an unimaginable amount of time. It might take a few months or even half a year. Zi-Chen's yuan qi flowed out from his fingers, slithering along the restriction like a thin snake. Previously, no one paid much attention to it because they had already thought of this method. But after Zi-Chen's yuan qi spread out for 5 meters, their expressions became serious. Regardless of whether Zi-Chen could break the restriction or not, just his control over his yuan qi was enough to make them gasp in amazement. When the yuan qi spread out for 7 meters, everyone's expressions became serious. But this was not the end. Soon, Zi-Chen's yuan qi spread out for 10 meters, reaching 20 meters. When the yuan qi reached 20 meters, everyone's expressions changed again. Regardless of battle strength, Zi-Chen's control over his yuan qi had already surpassed 99% of the experts here. After Zi-Chen sensed it, he withdrew his yuan qi. During this time, Golden Flame and the others had already walked over. This restriction is very strange. It can either be broken with a single strike or slowly worn down. Brother Zi-Chen, do you have a way to break it in one strike? Golden Flame asked. Beside him, the others also looked at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen pondered for a moment, then said, I do have a way. What? You have a way? Zi-Chen, you can't lie to us. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Zi-Chen nodded. I really do have a way, and I have an 80% chance of breaking it. But what? The 6 of them looked at Zi-Chan in unison. Zi-Chan hesitated for a moment, then said, I'll tell you the truth. I'm confident that I can break this formation, but the consumption is too great and we can't afford it. Us. That's right. I can't break it with my own strength. I need the help of my friends. Once we break the restriction, we'll consume a lot of our own yuan qi. Hearing Zi-Chen's words, everyone was still a little confused. Why did he have to say that if he consumed a lot of yuan qi, he could just replenish it later? Among the group, only Xia Xian understood. He pursed his lips and smiled. Obviously, Zi-Chan was going to extort them again. Seeing that the 6 of them didn't react, Zi-Chan thought to himself that they didn't know the ways of the world. At this moment, Tyrant stepped forward and said, Zi-Chen, it's fine if we expend our energy. At the very most, after we break open the restriction, we can ask them to let us in for an hour first. After that, they can come in an hour later. That way, we can make up for the energy we expended in breaking the restriction. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed immediately. If Zi-Chen's group went in for an hour, then they would get all the good stuff. The worlds on the first few levels were very big. Although they guessed that the world on the 8th level wasn't small, no one was willing to let Zi-Chen's group go in for an hour first. The rogue cultivators weren't willing, and the major forces were even more unwilling. Zi-Chen thought to himself that this damn Baldy was smart. Zi-Chen nodded and said, This is a good suggestion. What do you think? There was no need to think about this question. It was obviously impossible. Immediately, many people shouted loudly to express their dissatisfaction. However, those who were shouting were all loose cultivators. These people had nothing to fear other than their mouths. So Zi-Chen simply ignored their wild shouts. Zi-Chen stared at the 6 of them. Naturally, the 6 of them were unwilling, but they couldn't say it out loud. They pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, Brother Zi-Chen, I'm afraid this is a little inappropriate. It's inappropriate. Zi-Chen looked at the 6 of them. Yes, Brother Zi-Chen, think about it. There are so many people here. If Brother Zichen goes in for an hour with Brother Zichen's extreme speed, we won't be able to do anything. However, we can't let Brother Zichen suffer and break the restriction for nothing. Zichen nodded and said, yes, that makes sense. Then it's good to go in for a quarter of an hour first. Golden Flame smiled and said, Brother Zichen, you misunderstand. What I mean is that we can give Brother Zichen some compensation to make up for his consumption. After breaking the restriction, we'll go in together. Reward. Zichen frowned, seemingly unwilling to do so. Brother Zichen, don't worry. The compensation we give will definitely satisfy Brother Zichen. Golden Flame didn't wait for Zichen to reply. He turned his head and said, all the leaders of the forces who want to enter the 8th floor ahead of time, come out. Some of the leaders of the forces in the distance were stunned when they heard this, but they quickly reacted and walked over. If there are less than 5 Xiantian realm masters in your force, don't come, Golden Flame said again. A moment later, a total of 6 people arrived. These 6 were all leaders of the forces, not counting the number of Hotian cultivators under them. Just the number of Xiantian cultivators was more than 5. 6 people meant 30. In addition to the 6 forces in front of them, the number of Xiantian cultivators was even more enormous. If they really found the treasure and were besieged, Zichen and the others would definitely die. Golden Flame seemed to be very dissatisfied with the arrival of 6 more people. He said to the Void, you cowards also don't want to come? If you don't come, I can guarantee that you won't be the first to enter the 8th floor. As soon as Golden Flame finished speaking, the Void suddenly trembled. A figure wrapped in a black robe appeared. This person's face was covered, only revealing a pair of very ordinary eyes. Chapter 874. As soon as the black-robed man appeared, many of the trial-takers' expressions changed. The Shurji clan had an ancient inheritance that was even older than the 5 Elements aristocratic families. Although they weren't as powerful as the 5 Elements aristocratic families, they were definitely a force that couldn't be underestimated. Since ancient times, many aristocratic families had suffered losses from this clan. Those who dared to look down on this clan and provoke them didn't have a good ending. Everyone's expression changed because they didn't see anyone from the Shurji clan appear during this robbery. This situation could only mean 2 things. 1, the Shurji clan didn't make a move and didn't rob. 2, they did make a move but killed all the witnesses. Zichen glanced at the black-robed man and didn't say anything. These people were from the Heavenly Slayers Union. Zichen had destroyed the Heavenly Slayers Pavilion back then and had a deep relationship with the Heavenly Slayers Union. However, that was a long time ago, so long that they might have forgotten. As soon as the black-robed man appeared, he said, I'm from the Shurji clan. I want to go in first. At this moment, the various forces were obviously discussing when to break the restriction and enter. As for the rogue cultivators, they were completely blocked outside. Even the Shurji clan has appeared. If my domineering clan doesn't show up, it won't make sense. A loud laugh suddenly sounded, and another tall man walked out of the crowd. The domineering clan's most famous Xiantian technique was the domineering fist. It was a technique that fused Xiantian and Xiantian, and its attack power was the strongest. Now that all the forces had arrived, the next step was to discuss how to compensate Zichen for his consumption. Then, a group of people would go in first. Liquefied elemental essence is enough. I suggest that each of our forces give Zichen 200 drops, said one of the leaders. What, only 200 drops? Do you think I'm a beggar? Before Zichen could say anything, the monk was already dissatisfied. So the leader said without thinking, 300 then. Only 300? I say, are you a force or not? You're too stingy. How can you afford 300? The monk was still dissatisfied. 500, the leader said again. Tyrant was truly enraged this time. He said loudly, don't play with numbers in front of Lord Zeng. Let me tell you, Lord Zung has already spent more than 10,000 drops of mid-grade essence liquid. Do you think Lord Zung will be interested in a mere 500 drops of mid-grade essence liquid? Monk's dissatisfaction and his exorbitant demand made the crowd extremely displeased. But when they heard what Monk said at the end, they looked at Monk with a strange look in their eyes. Even the black-robed man from the legacy of killing deliberately glanced at Tyrant. After that, everyone's eyes were more or less filled with disdain. The monk felt that something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong? Is it wrong?" The sword ninja lightly coughed and tried to control his emotions. The essence liquid we are talking about is high-grade essence liquid. Once we take action, it will also be high-grade essence liquid. I don't know what you are thinking. Oh my God. When the monk heard this, his heart twitched violently. 500 drops of high-grade essence liquid per person. 1 or 2 monks counted. There were a total of 14 liters, so that was 7,000 drops of high-grade essence liquid. Oh my God, 7,000 drops. 7,000 drops of high-grade essence liquid. The shock in Monk's eyes was extremely strong, and the disdain on everyone's faces grew stronger and stronger. They didn't expect this damned monk to be a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. While they were disdainful, they were somewhat depressed. He had actually raised the price from 200 to 500, giving away 300 extra drops for nothing. It's only 500 drops of high-grade essence liquid. What has Lord Zung not seen before? Monk's confidence was somewhat lacking. He turned to Zichen and said, "What do you think? Is it enough to compensate for the consumption?" Everyone wanted to slap Monk to death. 7,000 drops of high-grade essence liquid was enough to recover 7,000 times. Even if they kept swallowing, it would take a long time. Zichen nodded. "Naturally, it's enough. But once the seal is broken, I'll immediately bring people in." No one had a problem with this, but they began to argue about the next step. A trial taker from the tyrannical clan said, "I'll pay 1,000 drops of high-grade essence liquid. I want to follow Zichen in." A trial taker from the Shirji clan was indifferent and not good with words. "Me too." The sword ninja's expression changed. "What? You think we can't take out 1,000 drops? 1,000 drops of essence liquid might be a life for others, but it's nothing to us." Another person expressed his opinion, and as he did so, he glanced at Monk. Monk was immediately enraged. Of course, Monk was still extremely happy. This group of idiots had raised the price by themselves, but they hadn't come up with a plan to enter first or last. In fact, Monk didn't know that these powers had their own reasons for offering 500 extra drops. Once they entered first and discovered a Xiantian technique, the amount of essence liquid they offered was nothing at all. Moreover, as the leaders of these powers, they really didn't care too much about a mere 1,000 drops of essence liquid. 1,000 drops for a chance was worth it. Monk lightly coughed. "I don't think you'll be able to come up with anything. How about this? You all bid, and the highest bidder will enter. What do you think?" Monk's suggestion was naturally met with disdain. They didn't care about the essence liquid, but that didn't mean they were idiots. Therefore, they wouldn't agree to this suggestion that only idiots could make. In the end, they all agreed to enter with their own ability. After that, the crowd dispersed. The outermost area of the formation was Zichen and his friends. 20 meters away were the leaders of the various powers. Behind them were a group of Xiantian experts, and behind them were a group of Hotian experts. These people didn't intend to enter immediately, but wanted to delay the others for a while. After everything was done, just as everyone was waiting for Zichen to break the seal, they saw the monk running over eagerly. Everyone was puzzled, but when they saw Monk's outstretched hand, they understood that he was here to ask for something. Helpless, they could only give him the essence liquid first. With a total of 14 people, the total was 14,000 drops of high-grade essence liquid. Holding so many drops of essence liquid, Tyrant was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. His eyes kept glancing at everyone's spirit rings. It seemed that Big Head was still inside. Monk walked back with the essence liquid and directly gave it to Zichin. He didn't greedily take it all, but when Zichin scanned it with his spiritual sense, he found that he was missing 1,000 drops. Recalling Monk's previous appearance, it was obvious that he didn't have many resources on him. In fact, it wasn't just Monk, Wang Xian, or Su Mingyao, and the others also didn't have many resources. This was the sorrow of a rogue cultivator. Without the support of a power, they had to rely on themselves. If Zichen hadn't met the old man when he came out and exchanged his contribution points for many fruits of strength, he would have been like the others. Zichen put away the essence liquid and didn't distribute it immediately. Breaking the formation was more important now. Zichen only left Monk, Flying Divine Tiger, Longhu, and Torvosaurus behind him, while the others retreated several meters away. Zichen released his essence force. His essence force moved like small snakes on the surface of the formation. After releasing his essence force, Zichen quietly sensed, looking for a weak spot. After releasing his essence force, Zichen said, "When I find a weak spot, I will mark it with light dots. You don't need to attack all of them. Just attack one spot with all your strength. Remember, attack with all your strength. Whether or not you can break the formation depends on how strong your attack is." After Zichen finished speaking, the three beasts nodded in agreement. Obviously, Zichen's role was to cooperate with them. The other party's powerful attack and his own essence force attack at the same spot at the same time would make the formation even stronger. After Zichen finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell on the four people and no longer paid any attention to Zichen. At the same time, Zichen transmitted his voice. "It doesn't matter if your attack is the strongest. The most important thing is to make it gorgeous. Remember, as gorgeous as you want it to be. As gorgeous as you want it to be. Of course, your attack can't be weak, but it doesn't need to be too strong either." Zichen transmitted his voice, meaning to block the others' eyes and ears. Naturally, the trio wouldn't foolishly nod their heads. Zichen didn't have good intentions in breaking the formation this time. Instead, he held the attitude of taking advantage of them as much as he could. Zichen first asked for the essence liquid, but now it was time for him to really take advantage of them. Zichen released his essence force and spread it dozens of meters away, sensing 3 weak spots in the formation. These 3 spots were separated by dozens of meters from Zichen. Zichen marked 3 obvious spots. "The 3 of you must attack at the same time, and I will also detonate this energy at the same time," Zichen said loudly. The trio nodded and began to accumulate energy. Tyrant put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name. His whole body emitted a dazzling golden light, and in the next moment, a tall phantom appeared behind him. This phantom was a Buddha with a benevolent appearance. Its whole body emitted a dazzling golden light that made it hard for people to open their eyes. Roar! The Flying Divine Tiger also roared, and a tyrannical aura surged around him. Then, a huge Flying Divine Tiger appeared behind him. This Flying Divine Tiger was extremely ferocious. The 2 sharp teeth in its mouth were comparable to heavenly swords, and a cold light flickered as they pierced through the sky. Then, Longhu and Torvosaurus let out 2 dragon roars. Behind Longhu, a tall supreme beast figure appeared. It was 100 meters tall and looked extremely majestic. The aura of a supreme beast emitted from its body made everyone's face change, and they were overwhelmed with shock. Although there was no phantom behind Torvosaurus, at this moment it was hundreds of meters long, like an azure dragon soaring in the sky. At this moment, not to mention the combat strength of these strange beasts, their appearance alone was extremely shocking. In particular, the few leaders looked at these strange beasts with fear in their eyes. At this moment, they had already listed Zichen as the most dangerous person in their hearts. They could either ignore him or kill him in one blow. Longhu's supreme beast aura made the Flying Divine Tiger extremely uncomfortable. It roared continuously, and its roar shook the forest. However, Longhu was not to be outdone. After the dragon roar, it also let out a tiger roar. Just like this, the two beasts began to compete secretly. This competition successfully attracted the attention of the crowd. "Attack!" Zichun shouted, and his voice was like thunder. In the next moment, Tyrant and the three strange beasts launched a powerful attack. Terrifying energy surged in the next moment, and the dazzling light made it hard for people to open their eyes. Sounds of various energy explosions were heard almost in the next moment. After the explosion, a powerful airwave rolled, and a destructive aura rippled on the surface of the seal. Various lights intertwined, and it was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Chapter 875. The roars of dragons and tigers resounded as a blinding light filled the area. The entire world became dazzling. Everyone was unable to open their eyes due to the blinding light. While Tyrant, Longhu, and the others were attacking, Zichun secretly launched a powerful attack. This time, Zichun used his finger bone and directly pierced through and tore open the seal. A finger hole appeared on the seal and began to expand. At the same time, Zichun's body also emitted thousands of rays of light that coordinated with the surrounding energy rays. The seal that had just been broken suddenly expanded rapidly and was no longer under Zichun's control. Such a scene made Zichun's expression change. It seemed that things were out of his expectations. If he allowed the seal to expand and break, he would not be able to reap any benefits. More than 10 meters behind Zichun, Su Mingyao's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. In the next moment, she waved her hand and launched an attack. A ray of light rushed into the blinding light and merged with the seal. The seal that had been expanding a moment ago stopped expanding after this energy merged with it. At the same time, the seal began to heal after Su Mingyao's energy merged with it. Soon, the broken seal was as good as new. The violent tremors disappeared, and so did the blinding light. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the seal. The seal was still intact. It didn't break. Disappointment appeared on everyone's faces. Such a powerful attack with such momentum could not break the seal. "Brother Zichun, how is it?" Golden Flame and the others asked from afar. Zichun removed his hand from the seal. Without turning around, he shook his head and said, "It didn't break." "Then can it still be broken?" "Yes, but it will take time." Zichun nodded. After that, Zichun turned to the others and said, "Hurry up and recover. Don't attack like this again." The man and the three beasts nodded and then quietly recovered. During this period, there were naturally people who urged them to consume Yuan, liquefied origin energy. However, they were consuming not only Yuanli, but also soul power. Zichun didn't consume a lot of energy, so he didn't need to recover. While Tyrant and the others were recovering, Zichun also released his spiritual sense to sense them. While everyone was quietly waiting for Zichun and the others to launch their second wave of attacks, an outsider appeared on the 8th floor. This outsider was none other than Zichun. His real body had come here. There might be inexplicable dangers here, and Zichun was worried about letting his doppelganger enter. The death of his doppelganger was a small matter, but if he missed something good, it would be a big deal. As soon as Zichun entered, he released his spiritual senses. Soon, several powerful auras appeared within the range of Zichun's spiritual senses. These powerful breaths were all from beasts, and they had all reached the human origin stage. They were extremely difficult to deal with, and it was impossible for Zichun to kill them in a short time. Therefore, Zichun continued to spread his spiritual senses, looking for targets that he could kill in a short time. Suddenly, Zichun made a discovery. 10 miles away, Zichun's spiritual senses detected a pond. The pond was more than 20 square meters in size, rippling with blue waves and sparkling scales. Zichun's expression immediately changed as he probed the surface of the pond with his spiritual senses. He whispered, "Yuan liquefied origin energy pond." Zi Qin didn't dare to imagine that there was actually a pond of more than 20 square meters full of yuan liquefied origin energy. Just by scanning it with his spiritual senses, Zi Qin found that there was high-grade yuan liquefied origin energy inside. Zi Qin didn't have time to hesitate. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. With a flap of the wings, he flew 10 miles away like a bolt of silver lightning. Zi Qin stood above the pond of yuan liquefied origin energy and looked down. There were 3 kinds of yuan liquefied origin energy in the pond. The outermost one was low grade, the middle one was middle grade, and the middle one was high grade. Based on a diameter of 10 meters, there should be 5 meters of low-grade yuan liquefied origin energy, 3 meters of middle-grade yuan liquefied origin energy, and 2 meters of high-grade yuan liquefied origin energy in the middle. Not to mention how deep the pond was. Even if it was only a finger deep, there should be more than 100,000 drops of high-grade yuan liquefied origin energy. There's actually so much yuan liquefied origin energy here. Zi Qin's eyes lit up as he gazed at the pond of yuan liquefied origin energy. He immediately took out the purple gold gourd to collect it. After leaving his body, the purple gold gourd shrunk to several meters in size and spat out a psychedelic light from its mouth. This psychedelic light enveloped the entire pond. Zi Qin was obviously going to collect it all. But just as he was about to activate the purple gold gourd, Zi Qin seemed to think of something. Light flickered in his hand, and the psychedelic light contracted. Only after the light had shrunk to cover only the high-grade yuan liquefied origin energy did Zi Qin's spiritual senses stir and take the initiative to collect it. The reason Zi Qin only collected the high-grade yuan liquefied origin energy, and not all of it, was because this was the only way to avoid being noticed. If he collected all of it and left an empty pond, he would definitely give himself away. The purple gold gourd was madly absorbing the high-grade yuan liquefied origin energy. Apart from the high-grade yuan liquefied origin energy, Zi Qin also discovered that there were some nail-sized balls mixed within the pond that looked like multicolored pearls. This was because the yuan liquefied origin energy was too dense and had turned into a solid state. This type of solid yuan liquefied origin energy was called supreme grade yuan liquefied origin energy. Inside the pond of yuan liquefied origin energy, the amount of high-grade yuan liquefied origin energy seemed to be the least. However, it was located in the middle of the pond, and the middle was the deepest part of the pond. Therefore, Zi Qin collected quite a lot of high-grade yuan liquefied origin energy. Roughly a minute later, all the yuan liquefied origin energy enveloped by the psychedelic light was collected by Zi Qin. Under the cover of the psychedelic light, an empty space appeared in the middle of the pond. Outside of the psychedelic light was the mid-grade yuan liquefied origin energy. Zi Qin took a deep breath and removed the psychedelic light. He then stared at the empty space in the pond. If the yuan liquefied origin energy didn't flow into the empty space, then Zi Qin would have to consider collecting all of it. Fortunately, as soon as the psychedelic light disappeared, the mid-grade yuan liquefied origin energy poured into the empty space, followed by the low-grade yuan liquefied origin energy. Soon, another pond of yuan liquefied origin energy formed. However, without the high-grade yuan liquefied origin energy, there were only 2 kinds of yuan liquefied origin energy left, and they were shallower than before. However, there were still more than 1 million drops of yuan liquefied origin energy in the pond. Others would only be excited upon seeing this and wouldn't care about such a small detail. While collecting the yuan liquefied origin energy, Zi Qin didn't remain idle. His spiritual senses constantly spread out, probing everything in the surroundings. Zi Qin's spiritual sense probed 20 miles away and discovered a thick and large ancient tree. On top of the ancient tree, there was a large green python coiled up. The python's head was the size of a millstone, and its body was only a bit thinner than a millstone. It was 100 meters long. At this moment, the python was sleeping and did not notice Zi Qin's probing. Below the python there was a stone wall. There were some pictures carved on the stone wall. It was a human wearing animal skin and practicing martial arts. As his spiritual senses fell, Zichen sensed an ancient aura from the stone wall. At the same time, he also sensed a powerful and domineering will contained within the fist technique. Moreover, Zichen could see a few traces of the domineering fist technique in the first form. A Khanate technique inheritance. Zichen's heart thumped fiercely, almost leaping out of his seat in excitement. Khanate techniques were extremely precious, and very few people would sell them. Back when Zichen had exchanged for them in front of the old man, the cheapest one had cost 5,000 contribution points, equivalent to 5,000 fruits of power. Even so, the Khanate technique he had exchanged for was a one-time use one. However, the Khanate technique recorded on this stone wall was different from the previous one. This was a kind of inheritance, one that could be passed down forever. Time couldn't erase it. This kind of thing was priceless. If it had to be valued in terms of high-grade yuan liquefied origin energy, Zichen estimated that there would be powers willing to pay 100 million for it. That was because it was equivalent to generations of Xiantian experts possessing this Khanate technique. This was a technique that could be mass-produced. In the entire Martial Heaven continent, it wasn't for sale. Seeing this eternal Khanate technique inheritance, Zichen disdained to look for anything else. If he could take this thing away, Zichen's trip would have been worth it. Zichen was completely stimulated. He didn't care whether or not he was alarmed. With a flap of his wings, he shot 20 miles away. Zichen arrived in front of the stone wall with lightning speed. At the same time, energy surged around him, wanting to take away this stone wall. However, just as Zichen approached, a loud shout rang out from within the stone wall. A resplendent fist light appeared in front of Zichen, viciously striking at Zichen. This fist light also contained a domineering aura. Zichen was completely certain that this was the inheritance of the domineering fist. Furthermore, it was a Xiantian technique, the domineering fist. Facing this fist, Zichen didn't even think about it. He directly punched out. Zichen also used the domineering fist. As he punched out, he went from one form to three, forming a domineering fist technique. Although the fist light's power was too weak, it was still decent. Boom! The two fists collided with a loud explosion. Zichen's body suddenly swayed. His body suddenly staggered as he felt his feet touch the ground. After lowering his head, Zichen discovered that he was actually standing on the stone wall. Previously, he had clearly wanted to take away the stone wall. The punch just now was a test of one's spiritual will. Zichen had only managed to avoid it because he had accidentally used the domineering punch. If he had used any other move, his spiritual will would have been silently destroyed by the domineering punch. Thinking of this, Zichen's entire body was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Just now, he had only used the tyrannical fist on a whim. He never would have thought that he would be hit without making a sound and almost die. However, since he was standing here at this moment, it had already proved that he had been recognized by the domineering fist. At this moment, Zichen didn't have time to lament that this inheritance technique was too strange. He directly jumped up and surged the elemental energy around him, directly enveloping the entire stone wall. At this moment, the elemental energy that Zichen had cultivated for several years was put to good use. The elemental energy, separated and firmly fixed on the stone wall like ropes. Rise! Following Zichen's shout, thousands of elemental energy ropes were pulled taut, and then the stone wall was pulled up from the ground. Boom! As the stone wall moved, the ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. Chapter 876. When the python awoke, its cold eyes landed on Zichen. Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. This python was definitely at the mortal essence realm. Time was of the essence, so Zichen naturally didn't dare to fight it head-on. Hence, he shouted again. At the same time, he raised his chi and pulled the resilient elemental energy rope, wanting to lift the entire stone wall from the ground. Boom! The ground trembled again as though there was an earthquake. The stone wall weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Zichen used almost all his strength to pull it out of the ground. Just as the stone wall was lifted and moved to the side of the pit, Zichen immediately took out the purple gold gourd and stored the stone wall. At that moment, a sharp whistle sounded in the air. It was the python's attack. The python was charging straight at Zichen. As it was too fast to cause the whistle, Zichen's body flashed with golden light as the energy in his body surged. He used his innate realm technique to clash head-on with the python. Boom! Amid the tremors, an explosion sounded. Zichen and the python retreated in the air. Just as the python retreated, its thick and long tail swept towards Zichen like a bolt of lightning. Pa! As Zichen was multitasking, he was easily hit by the python and was sent flying. His physical strength had reached level 8, and he had a perfect body. Zichen's defense was extremely strong, so the python's attack didn't injure him. Bastard, I'll deal with you later. When Zichen was sent flying, the purple gold gourd happened to store the stone wall. Without hesitation, Zichen recalled the purple gold gourd with his spiritual thoughts and turned to leave. Outside the 8 layers of restrictions, Monk and company had already recovered twice. Zichen had also led them to attack the restrictions twice, but they didn't break through. Zichen's true body and avatar were telepathically connected. Naturally, he knew that his avatar couldn't stay away for long. If they were impatient and came closer to investigate, they would definitely notice that something was wrong with Zichen. During this period, Zichen's avatar didn't turn back. Instead, he constantly probed with his elemental energy to find a weak spot on the restrictions. Brother Zichen, how did it go? In the distance, Golden Flame and the others asked again. They were anxious. As time passed, they had a bad feeling. You guys hurry up and recover. We'll try to break through it next time. Yes, that's it. I found a weak spot. We'll definitely be able to break through. Zichen nodded and then commanded, Monk, you attack this spot later. Do your best. Okay. Tyrant nodded his head cooperatively. Then, the doppelganger Zichen had the Torvosaurus change the direction of its attack. In the end, Zichen said the next attack should have a 90% chance of breaking through. If it still can't break through, there's nothing I can do. What? Everyone's expression instantly changed. The next energy shockwave is going to be very powerful. All of you, back off a little, Zichen said again. Wang Xian, and the rest were the first to retreat. Golden Flames and the rest also took a few symbolic steps back. A moment later, the man and the 3 beasts were back to their peak condition. The doppelganger Zichen began to transmit his voice, put in more effort, and break it in one blow. Then, under everyone's attention, the dazzling light appeared again. The beasts roared continuously, and various shadows appeared behind them. Just when they were ready, the doppelganger Zichen commanded loudly, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful attacks of the man and the 3 beasts landed on the spot Zichen had pointed out. At the moment when their attacks landed, the doppelganger Zichen also detonated the 2 extreme energies around the spot. Boom! A tremor occurred instantly. The violent energy swept out again. The dazzling light blocked everyone's vision again. The 8th layer of the seal was broken instantly under this all-out attack. At the moment when the seal was broken, Zichen merged with his doppelganger. Roar! 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 The furious roars of various beasts were heard in the next moment. It was not the roars of Longhu and the rest, but of other beasts. After hearing it, everyone's expression changed drastically. It's broken. The seal is broken. The seal is broken. Hurry up and charge. The roars of the beasts obviously came from the 8th layer. Everyone shouted loudly. At this moment, Wang Xian and the rest moved. They turned into rays of light and rushed toward the destructive energy. The three of them disappeared in the energy in the blink of an eye. Lei Ming and Xia Exan were next. When Wu Yu and Yan Lao San rushed toward the destructive energy, several rays of light had already surpassed them and rushed in. Rays of light began to flicker. One by one, the Khanate realm warriors rushed in. As soon as they entered, they realized that there were several powerful beasts guarding the entrance. One of the pythons was very strong. It was a threat to the Khanate realm warriors. However, the crowd did not pay much attention to it. They all thought that Zi Chen and the rest had caused a huge commotion when breaking the seal, which attracted these powerful beasts. How's the harvest? Zi Chen had just merged with his doppelganger when he rushed in again. This time he showed his extreme speed. During this time, Monk asked through telepathy. What harvest? Zi Chen asked. Still pretending in front of me. You can only fool a fool. Monk sneered disdainfully. Cut the crap. Follow me. Zi Chen was too lazy to explain and led the crowd away. Of course. Zi Chen signaled for the crowd to disperse and not be so obvious. He seemed to be going straight to a certain place. In the blink of an eye, the crowd was 10 miles away. The place Zi Chen brought them to was the Origin Liquid Pond. Oh my God, the Origin Liquid Pond. What a huge Origin Liquid Pond. Monk exclaimed when he saw the Origin Liquid Pond. He called everyone over. Su Mengyao and the rest were also shocked when they came closer. Hurry up and surround this place. Collect the things. Whoever dares to snatch it will die. Monk, who reacted the fastest, shouted loudly. After that, the group of people surrounded this Origin Liquid Pond, allowing Zi Chen to collect the Origin Liquid. During this time, beams of light occasionally flew over their heads. When they saw the Origin Liquid Pond below, they were first stunned, then a sneer appeared on their lips. Idiot, what an idiot. Instead of looking for a Xiantian technique, they actually stopped by a useless pool of Origin Liquid. As expected of a rogue cultivator, a guy who hasn't seen the world. Just a mere Origin Liquid Pond, and they wasted the opportunity to enter first. The leaders of the group were somewhat dissatisfied with Zi Chen's group for entering first, but when they saw Zi Chen's group stop for 1,000,000 drops of Origin Liquid, they all sneered. In the world of the 8th layer, which had inherited techniques, Origin Liquid was nothing. They didn't care about it at all. Lei Ming and Xia Exan did not follow them. Instead, they used this opportunity to fight for other things. Zi Chen and the others all stayed behind to guard this place. During this time, Zi Chen was frantically collecting the Origin Liquid, but there was really too much of it. Before Zi Chen could finish collecting, many Hotian realm cultivators rushed in. When they saw so much Origin Liquid, their eyes lit up. But when they looked at those guarding the pond, they gave up on their own accord. 1,000,000 drops of liquefied Origin essence was enough to make Tyrant laugh even in his dreams. But soon, Tyrant realized that something was wrong and shouted, "No, we should be looking for Xiantian techniques, not collecting this useless, liquefied Origin essence." Damn it, damn it. Don't tell me that you only found such a lousy thing after being here for so long? Of course, Monk's words were spoken through his spiritual sense. Su Mengyao chuckled and looked at Zi Chen, transmitting. Zi Chen must have brought us here for a reason. His previous harvest should be quite big. Everyone present had guessed that Zi Chen had come in first. They all looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen was in the middle of collecting the Origin Liquid. When he heard Su Mingyao's transmission, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I obtained a Xiantian technique inheritance that allows me to comprehend it without limit. In addition, I also obtained 2 Xiantian techniques. After a pause, Zi Chen transmitted, Our harvest is so great. Do you think it's appropriate for me to take you to look for a Xiantian technique? Zi Chen leading the group to directly collect the Origin Liquid was actually very suitable for Zi Chen and the others. After all, they were rogue cultivators and didn't have many resources. It was inevitable for them to lose control when they saw millions of drops of origin liquid. So when they saw Zichen directly collect the origin liquid, they didn't think too much about it. And Zichen didn't immediately snatch the Xiantian technique because he didn't want to make enemies over a Xiantian technique. This was very good. They had obtained the Xiantian technique and resources, and they didn't have any conflicts with other factions. Hearing Zichen's words, everyone's faces lit up. Among them, the most excited was Tyrant. He was so excited that he forgot himself. He didn't transmit his voice, but instead said loudly, "Wonderful! Divide! We must divide it equally. With so much origin liquid, each person can get hundreds of thousands of drops. Haha, with hundreds of thousands of drops in hand, who would dare look down on me in the future?" Tyrant's appearance naturally fell into the perception of the others. The leaders of the various factions immediately smiled in satisfaction and said, almost simultaneously, "Idiot, it's just a little bit of origin liquid, and he's so happy." In the end, no one dared to have any ideas about Zichen and the others. After collecting all the origin liquid, Zichen's group flew off into the distance. They were obviously looking for more resources. The battle began as soon as the trial takers entered the 8th level. It was another fierce battle, and many people were destined to die. Moreover, there were already factions that had discovered Xiantian techniques and started fighting each other. In an instant, there were at least 7 or 8 battles over Xiantian techniques, which meant that at least 7 Xiantian techniques had been discovered. An innate, inherited technique has appeared. Suddenly, a loud shout spread through the 8th level. As this voice spread, almost everyone was stunned in the next moment. But soon, everyone gave up on the battle at hand and flew toward the source of the sound. "Let's go, let's go!" Golden Flame shouted, signaling for all the Khanate martial artists to follow. "Those of the Earth Alliance, follow me!" At the same time, Tolo also shouted in the air. His shout had a great meaning. He was calling for all the Xiantian and Hotian realm martial artists who had mastered the Earth attribute technique. "Water, follow me. Fire element, follow me." Following that, the others did not want to be outdone and called themselves allies. Soon the battle between the various forces evolved into a battle between alliances. There's actually another inherited technique. Zichen frowned when he heard the exclamation, "Are we going or not?" Everyone looked at Zichen. Zichen hesitated for a moment before replying, "Of course, we have to go. If we don't, we'll be suspected." With that, the group of people also charged forward. P.S. Yup, a month has passed, and the top 10 has been secured. Thank you. Thank you to all the friends who voted for us. Lei Wu was brilliant because of all of you. The March update had already exceeded 300,000. With an average of more than 10,000 per day. Now that March had passed, April had arrived. There shouldn't be any major issues in April, so he would naturally try his best to update. But before that, he would rest for 2 or 3 days. How about 3 days? Within 3 days, I'll make sure to update 2,000 to 6,000 words a day. After 3 days, I'll restore 3 chapters. As for the additional chapters, I'm not sure yet. Chapter 877. Due to the appearance of the Xiantian inheritance, the battle between the various powers had become a battle of alliances. The so-called Battle of Alliances was nothing more than a battle between the peak powers of the martial heaven continent. As for those vassal powers, they had all joined the alliance. Right now, everyone was fighting for the sake of the alliance. Of course, the main reason was still for their own benefits. By the time Zichen and the others arrived, the battle had already reached its climax. Powerful Hotian experts were constantly dying, and even Xiantian experts were injured. Blood splashed through the air as corpses fell from the sky. But even more people were shouting as they charged forward. At the center of the battle was a tall stone tablet. There were no words on it, but it was emitting an ancient and blazing aura. Zichen immediately saw that this was a Xiantian inheritance. Furthermore, from the aura it was emitting, this inheritance was even stronger than the one he had obtained from the stone wall. A Xiantian inheritance? Good stuff. Let's go snatch it. The monk's eyes were shining. Snatch? How? Chen looked forward. Just go up and snatch it with brute force, said the monk confidently. Chen curled his lip. If we snatch it with brute force, we'll be killed with brute force. Other than the 5 elements aristocratic families, no one else should even think about touching it. Anyone who touches it will die. Are the 5 elements aristocratic families that powerful? With our power, defeating them won't be a problem. The monk was still unconvinced. At most, we can exterminate one of them, but there are 5 of them. Although the 5 of them aren't on good terms, once a powerful force intervenes, they'll unite. Then what do? Are we just going to give this inheritance to them for free? The monk was unwilling. Don't worry. Although the battle is intense, no one will be able to take the inheritance. Just as the 2 of them were talking, a miserable scream rang out. After that scream, the battle paused for a moment. That was because the one who had let out that scream was a powerful Xiantian expert. Other than the first time Chen had killed a Xiantian expert, this was the second time a Xiantian expert had died in the underground world. Xiantian martial artists could be said to be the peak geniuses of the entire sky martial continent. Other than a few legendary existences, Xiantian martial artists had the strongest aptitude and battle prowess. Each one of them was the main force of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Each one of them dying would cause a huge commotion. But in this trip to the underground world, 2 people had actually died. Looking at the current situation, if the battle continued, the number of Xiantian lords that died would only increase. A large number of Xiantian lords had died, and no one could bear the consequences. Stop! All of you, stop! Golden Flame shouted as he leaped into the air. At the same time, the other 4 people also rose into the air, their sharp gazes sweeping the surroundings. During this period, there were still some scattered battles, but they quickly stopped. Golden Flame, what do you mean? The void trembled as a black-robed man appeared. He coldly said, not plundering? Then just kill. In the end, whoever is still alive will get the item. The Heavenly Kill Clan. Golden Flame turned to look the man in black, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The reason Xiantian martial artists were able to die was all thanks to these assassins. They came and went like ghosts, killing in one blow. First, they launched a sneak attack, injuring their opponents, and then they went all out to kill them. What qualifications do a coward, like you have to be so arrogant here? Asked Huasi. Power determines everything. Is the 5-element alliance very powerful? Sneered the black-robed man. Huasi's gaze swept over the surroundings. He also had a mocking expression on his face. We really aren't powerful, but we can't stand you cowards. How about this? Let's first join hands and exterminate the Heavenly Kill Clan. I agree. Tu Luo's cold voice rang out after Huasi spoke. I have no objections. The others also chimed in. As expected, the 5-element alliance became the strongest alliance. At this moment, there were at least several hundred Xiantian martial artists under their command. The black-robed man's expression immediately became ugly. However, this wasn't the end. A laugh rang out. The cowards of the Heavenly Kill Clan are truly hateful. My tyrannical Dao clan also agrees. Count my sword sect in. The other forces all expressed their opinions, causing the black-robed man's expression to become even uglier. Golden Flame's gaze fell on Chen. He asked, Brother Chen, what about you? Me. Chen was stunned. You're a force, and I'm a lone cultivator. I can also express my opinion on this matter. Brother Chen's lone cultivator team is comparable to a force. Golden Flame gave Chen a very high evaluation. Chen smiled. It doesn't matter if I kill them or not. Moreover, with so many forces joining hands, I don't think you need us to do anything. I'm more curious about the Xiantian skill inheritance. I think it's better to discuss this matter first. When the topic of the Xiantian skill inheritance was brought up, naturally, no one paid attention to the black-robed man. Everyone's gaze fell on Zichen. Golden Flame continued. Brother Zichen, who do you think the Xiantian skill inheritance should belong to? Zichen looked around and smiled. If my words are useful and you all agree, I suggest you give it to me. Everyone laughed. Huasi said, Brother Zichen, you must be joking. Of course I'm joking. Do you really want to give it to me? Zichen's smile did not fade. I don't ask for much, and I don't expect to get the Xiantian skill inheritance. Moreover, I'm a lone cultivator. It's not very useful to me. I can't keep it in my spiritual ring every day and take it out to look at it in my spare time. Amidst the laughter, Zichen said, My request is that we can just study it for a while. Before the battle, this suggestion was obviously overboard. But now it was not overboard at all. Golden Flame's gaze softened as he looked at Zichen. He secretly praised Zichen in his heart. Zichen did this because he didn't want to make too many enemies. After all, he only had a few people. He couldn't afford to lose anyone in battle. Moreover, he had already gained a lot. There was no need to offend everyone for the sake of the Xiantian skill inheritance. One had to learn to be content with what one had. Naturally, no one rejected Zichen's suggestion. Golden Flame laughed as if he was the owner of the Xiantian skill inheritance. All right, Brother Zichen, I'll let you study it alone. Zichen shook his head and smiled. You must have misheard. I meant that all of us can study it together. All of us. Golden Flame was stunned. Brother Zichen, Xiantian skills can only be studied by Xiantian warriors. Your friends don't seem to be Xiantian warriors. Zichen smiled. They weren't before, but now they are. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. Originally, they had taken Zichen seriously because of his powerful battle prowess. As for the others, although they were stronger, they were not Xiantian martial artists. But how long had it been? They had all transformed into Xiantian warriors. How much thunder liquid essence was needed to achieve this? At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Zichen's group. Golden Flame was stunned for a moment, but the smile on his face grew wider. Obviously, a strong existence like Zichen didn't care about the Xiantian skill inheritance. This was a good start for the others. If they wanted to snatch the Xiantian skill inheritance, they would have to measure Zichen's strength first. If they couldn't even beat Zichen's group, then they could forget about the Xiantian skill inheritance. Brother Zichen is really straightforward. Then, let's welcome Brother Zichen. Golden Flame laughed and signaled for the others to make way for Zichen. The leaders of the other four forces also nodded at Zichen. As for the leaders of the other forces, their gazes towards Zichen had become unfriendly. Obviously, Zichen's actions had severely damaged their confidence. Zichen nodded and led the group forward. At the same time, he said, Thank you, everyone. You don't have to worry about me. Do what you need to do and fight. I will leave after I finish comprehending. If the passage to the 9th floor is also difficult to open, we can still cooperate. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, everyone was speechless. What did he mean by fighting when he needed to? Zichen's casual mention of the 9th floor made everyone's hearts burn with passion again. Moreover, the forces that had thought of retreating were comforted at this moment. They didn't care about the Xiantian skill inheritance, but they had to obtain the 9th floor. Golden Flame felt like he was about to fall in love with Zichen. His actions were appropriate, and his words were even more appropriate. In just a few words, without any bloodshed, he made everyone want to retreat. Of course, Zichen's words were useful, but the alliance formed by the 5 forces was also a big reason. All right, my sword sect won't fight for this thing, but we have to comprehend it. Sword Ninja sighed and was the first to retreat. Golden Flame laughed and nodded. After that, like a chain reaction, each force expressed their willingness to give up, but they had to let the Xiantian realm warriors comprehend it. In the end, only the Heavenly Assassin Union remained silent. Golden Flame's gaze fell on the other side, and he said coldly, "What, you want to fight?" As he spoke, the 5 leaders stood together and pressured the black-robed man. The black-robed man looked at them and laughed strangely, then said, "All Xiantian realm warriors, step forward and comprehend this Xiantian skill inheritance." The Heavenly Assassin Union also retreated. At this moment, there were only a few Xiantian realm warriors left in the distance. Golden Flame decided to be generous and said, "All Xiantian realm warriors who want to comprehend it, quickly step forward. If you miss today, you won't have another chance." As soon as Golden Flame's words fell, many Xiantian realm warriors rushed to the front of the stone tablet and began to comprehend the Xiantian skill inheritance. In the end, the ownership of the stone tablet naturally belonged to the 5 Forces Alliance. As for who it would be given to, it could be discussed after they returned. Next, it was time to comprehend. Apart from the Hotian realm warriors who were still searching for treasures, almost all the Xiantian realm warriors were sitting cross-legged here, trying to comprehend the Xiantian skill inheritance. But this kind of comprehension only lasted for a day. Someone jumped up and cursed. "What kind of broken technique is this? I've been looking at it for a whole day, but I didn't see anything." Then a second person stood up and said in exasperation, "Is this a lie? The stone tablet is blank, there's nothing." Chapter 878. As time passed, more and more Heaven Realm martial artists jumped up, their faces filled with frustration and annoyance. This was because they hadn't discovered anything in the stone tablet. The entire stone tablet was emitting a vast and blazing aura, but it was empty inside. Hundreds of Xiantian martial artists were comprehending Xiantian techniques, and only a dozen gave up, less than a tenth. The other Xiantian martial artists were extremely patient. Even if they didn't sense anything, they still closed their eyes. Everyone stood up and complained. A Heaven Realm martial artist opened his eyes and mocked. "As a cultivator, you can't stand loneliness. You really wasted your talent." Before they could get angry, he closed his eyes again. In the world of the 8th level, the Hotian Realm martial artists were looking for opportunities, while the Xiantian Realm martial artists were quietly comprehending. Soon 2 hours passed. Some Xiantian martial artists couldn't sit still, but when they opened their eyes, they found that everyone else had closed their eyes. They seemed to have gained something, and their faces were filled with unwillingness. No one was willing to miss out on a Xiantian technique, so everyone closed their eyes again. For hours passed. There were many people who didn't gain anything, but there were also many who were quietly comprehending. As the 6th hour passed, the sky suddenly darkened and a half-moon appeared in the sky. Night had unexpectedly appeared in the world of the 8th level. Everyone was surprised. It seemed that this situation had never appeared in the previous levels. When night appeared, there was actually a moon in the sky. This was even more shocking. Then, everyone suddenly remembered that there was a sun in the sky during the day. Night fell and moonlight shone. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. However, all of a sudden, the stone tablet, which was emitting a blazing and vast ancient aura, emitted an extremely cold aura in the next moment. This aura was still extremely ancient, but it was completely different from the aura it emitted during the day. This discovery caused everyone's expression to change. They quickly sat down to comprehend. But after an entire night, no one sensed anything. Night was replaced by day. The sun rose from the east, and the cold aura became blazing hot. That night, no one gained anything. But still, no one gave up because everyone could see that this stone tablet was extremely extraordinary. It was very likely that it contained 2 Xiantian techniques. One was blazing hot, and the other was cold. Night came again, and a half-moon appeared in the sky. The half-moon disappeared, and the sun rose. Time began to monotonously repeat. The Xiantian martial artists went from being full of confidence to impatience, to anxiety and to unease. "Damn it, what's going on?" There's clearly nothing, yet he keeps changing it all day long. Isn't he just trying to fool us? Finally, some of the Xiantian realm martial artists lost their patience and stood up, their faces filled with anger. This time it wasn't just 1 or 2, but 10 or 20 of them. These Xiantian martial artists were enraged, but they didn't dare to do anything to the stone tablet because there were more people comprehending it. They could only vent their anger by cursing. Another 3 days passed, and the number of enraged Xiantian martial artists increased. Their voices were so noisy that the people around them were unable to comprehend anything. But in truth, these people hadn't been able to comprehend anything at all. After another 3 days, more than 80% of the Xiantian martial artists had stood up. They were completely disappointed with the stone tablet, and after their disappointment, their faces were filled with despair. Since they couldn't comprehend it, it meant that they had brushed shoulders with the innate technique. On the 7th day, Tulyuo opened his eyes with a glint in them. Day and night, yin and yang alternating. This is a connate technique that only the 4 ancient races can comprehend. It's a technique exclusive to the ancient races. Just as Tulyuo opened his eyes, the other leaders also opened their eyes. They looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. As the most mysterious of the 4 ancient races, their techniques couldn't be learned by outsiders. It was a technique exclusive to the 4 ancient races. I thought it was a connate technique inheritance, but I didn't expect it to be a technique exclusive to the sun and moon races. What a pity. Huasi sighed. If the 2 ancient races were still alive, this stone tablet would naturally be of great use. But it's a pity that the 2 ancient races have disappeared for too long. All the ancient forces have lost track of them, which greatly reduced the value of this stone tablet. Sword Ninja also spoke. Sai, this Kani technique is destined to have no fate with us. Golden Blaze also stood up and sighed. At this moment, in the face of a useless connate technique inheritance, everyone had lost the will to fight for it. Naturally, the next step would be for the 5-element alliance to take it. Among the 5 of them, Golden Blaze was the most prestigious. Hence, he prepared to step forward and take the stone tablet. Suddenly, Golden Blaze's expression changed. He stared at the bottom of the stone tablet with a look of disbelief. The others followed Golden Blaze's gaze, and in the next moment, their faces were filled with shock. How is this possible? Then, a cry of surprise rang out. Below the stone tablet, among Zichen's group, there were 3 people who were emitting light. This was the light emitted by themselves after entering a deep level of enlightenment. This light could be used for protection, but it wasn't strong. The 3 people who were emitting light were Zichen, Tyrant, and Su Mengyao. They are from the Sun Clan and the Moon Clan. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Zichen and the other 2. Golden Blaze shook his head and said, "Impossible. Zichen is from the Thunder race. If Zichen is from the Thunder race, then why can he sense the sun and moon techniques? It's yin and yang, not the sun and moon." Beside him, Sword Ninja said, "Zichen has 2 types of Xiantian power. Although they are both Xiantian lightning yuan, they're divided into yin and yang. Here, the sun and moon also represent yin and yang. Therefore, Zichen has comprehended a Xiantian technique. Moreover, it's very likely that he comprehended yang during the day and yin during the night." Sword Ninja's guess caused everyone's expression to change. The leaders' faces also turned ugly. They hadn't obtained a single Xiantian technique, but Zichen had obtained 2. Sword Ninja continued, "Tyrant cultivates pure Buddha energy, and Buddha energy is a yang element. It's reasonable that he could comprehend the sun race's inheritance. However, that girl's Yuanli is very ordinary, but she can sense a Xiantian technique. She's definitely not ordinary." Among Zichen's group, there were 3 who had comprehended a Xiantian technique, and among the hundreds of other Xiantian warriors, there wasn't even a single one. This made everyone extremely dissatisfied, and after the dissatisfaction, Jealousy grew in their hearts. Golden Blaze, why aren't you packing up? We should leave. At this moment, a black-clothed man from the Heavenly Kill Alliance spoke. Yeah, it's time to pack it up. After all, no one has comprehended a Xiantian technique, another leader said. The other party's actions clearly had two intentions. First, they didn't want Zichen and the others to comprehend a Xiantian technique. Second, they wanted the Five-Element Alliance to become enemies with Zichen. Golden Flame looked at the other people around him. I also think that we should leave, Wasi said softly. Although the others didn't say it out loud, their eyes said it all. Obviously, they didn't want Zichen to comprehend a Xiantian technique and become stronger. Golden Blaze nodded and then said loudly, All right, since no one has comprehended the Xiantian technique in the stone tablet, I'll keep it. No one has any objections, right? No objections. The loud voices of the Xiantian warriors suppressed Wang Xian, and Lin Shui's shouts. Roar! They could suppress the shouts, but they couldn't suppress the flying divine tiger's roar. After the roar, two dragon roars shook the sky. The flying divine tiger stood in the air, his cold eyes sweeping across the group of Xiantian realm warriors. He scolded, I scared your dog eyes. Can't you see that our Meng Yao is in the midst of comprehending? Zichen and this monk are also in the midst of comprehending. Can't you see? Just as the flying divine tiger finished speaking, the Longhu and the barbaric dragon protected the stone tablet. Wang Xian, and Lin Shui protected the three behind them and faced the Xiantian warriors. Is anyone comprehending? Facing the flying divine tiger's scolding, some Xiantian warriors pretended to be ignorant, but it was impossible for everyone to be so thick-skinned and pretend not to know. In the next moment, another voice sounded from the crowd. It's just 3 people comprehending. Do you want hundreds of us to wait for 3 people? The flying divine tiger was enraged. He shouted, which idiot said that? Come out and fight with me if you have the guts. If you want to search for treasures, then get lost. No one will stop you. But if you have any evil intentions, then you're courting death. I'll kill every one of you. The flying divine tiger was extremely domineering. After he finished speaking, the violent aura around him started to surge. He was definitely in Xiantian divine tiger now. What an arrogant tone. Do you think it's normal for us to wait for 3 people with hundreds of people? You're just a flying tiger. How dare you talk so big? You're just courting death. A voice came from behind, and a Xiantian lord flew up. Flying divine tiger, I'm the flying divine tiger. The flying divine tiger roared. He flapped his wings and rushed towards the opponent. 1 man and 1 beast clashed in the air, and a loud explosion rang out. The powerful recoil caused the flying divine tiger to retreat more than 10 steps. However, the Xiantian martial artist from before was sent flying several hundred meters away, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. When he faced the flying divine tiger's attack, he felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. That terrifying force had directly injured his internal organs. After forcing the Xiantian warrior back with 1 attack, the flying divine tiger became even more arrogant. He shouted, Who's not convinced? Come at me. I've never been afraid of humans among those of the same level. So what if you're just a Xiantian warrior? If you want to die today, I'll fulfill your wish. A group of Xiantian warriors were threatened by a tiger. Many of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Xia Xian and Lei Ming, who were in the distance, woke up from their stupor when they saw the situation. Without any hesitation, they flew over and stood together with Wang Xian, and Lin Shui, protecting Zichen. The 5 elements force was led by Jin Yan. At this moment, he looked at the flying divine tiger, Longhu Azure Dragon, and the other Xiantian warriors. He frowned and couldn't make up his mind. At this moment, a strong golden light burst out from Zichen's body. Then, the golden light turned into a ray of light